Hello and welcome to this, our 259th live stream, Turn of the Seasons. We want to thank you for joining us tonight on Ancient Egypt and the Bible, where we take your questions on Ancient Egypt, the Bible, and some other weird stuff too. We're glad you can join us. As the title says, it's a Turn of the Seasons. We went from winter to summer overnight here, and it is hot. So, but we're glad you could all make it. And we are excited to be here. The book we are going to mention this week is All the Stars as Angels. This is the sequel to Reliquary of the Dead. If you haven't read Reliquary of the Dead or All the Stars as Angels, please get yourself a copy and put a review. Those reviews really matter to us. Okay? Particularly if you put those reviews on Amazon. Okay? If you like things about androids, ethics, a little bit of humor thrown in, you will really like this book. So, with that said, we're going to get into the rules here, and let's see here. What was that? The comment. Just saw a comment here I want to take. Darkblade goes, they've been doing these live streams for something close to 5 years. I know. It's really weird. Yeah, almost 5 years of live streams. You know, we were thinking when we started doing these live streams that we might do them, 3 weeks? 6 weeks? 3 months?
3 months.
Yeah, Mrs. Producers gave us 3 months before people would run out of questions. It's never happened. Never happened. So we're still here taking your questions, and we're glad to do so. Okay, here's the rules of the channel. First thing is super chats have priority, which is, pretty standard across all YouTube channels. We do take non-super chat questions, but we insist you put a Q and a colon in front of it. Now, we have to stress, just because you post a question doesn't mean we'll actually take the question, all right? We want to make that very clear, and we've stressed that before, but it comes up every so often that, oh, you didn't take my question. Now, there's a lot of reasons why we may not take your question. 1, I just don't feel like it. 2, it didn't interest me. 3, I'm going to take it. I'll take it another time. Okay, so there is, so it's one of those things where we have the option of not taking your non-super chat question. We'll always recognize a super chat, but we will not always take a non-super chat question. So I do want to make that clear. Now, with that said, we also ask that you only post non-super chats once. Okay. If you post it more than once, we'll disqualify the question for the night, because that for us is question spamming. If it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that you give us some context. So what we'll need is what chapter it's from, what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. The verse is really important. We got to be able to narrow down so we can read the text. We also ask that if you sponsor a question, that you include the non-super chat in your question so we don't have to go hunting for it. That just makes it easier for us. And then finally, 1 question per chat. Question stuffing is not fair to anyone. And in those cases, we're just going to take one of the questions and move on. Okay? So with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay, and we got to start the night with some non-super chats, because we always do that. Okay, Darkblade asks, what is the cause of Vancouver's purple street lamps?
That was cool.
Cool question. Cool question. And it is true that many of the street lamps in Vancouver have turned purple, dark violet, or blue. Okay? And the reason is because they are LED lamps that are defective. What's happened is on those LED lamps, the LEDs have a sort of a egg yolk yellow coating on them, which filters out the purple light and gives a sort of kind of white light. Well, no LED actually gives you true white light. It has to be coated in such a way that it will give you white-ish light. So what they do is they combine uncoated or lesser coated LEDs that are of a warm red color with these cooler color purplish LEDs. And in both cases, both have a coating on. But in the case of the Vancouver defective street lamps, that yellow coating on the purple LEDs has worn off. So that's why Vancouver streetlights have turned purple. The city of Vancouver is trying to replace them. Okay? They know it's a problem. And an embarrassment. Udamio says, wait, really? That's cool. Must look like futuristic. Yeah, it looks a little bit like Blade Runner. It does give the city a very Blade Runner-ish like look. Right down to the noodle shops and the...
Yeah, actually, it's very Blade.
Yeah, Vancouver has turned into a very Blade Runner-esque city.
And he says, yeah, purple haze.
Nah, it's purple haze, huh? Says Annie. Udamio says, that's the movie I was thinking of. Well, yeah, I mean, you look at Vancouver, especially at night now, and it does have a lot of that look. There's a lot of neon in the city at the moment. The architecture is very much similar to what you see in Blade Runner. It's become a very Blade Runner-esque kind of city. And the purple street lamps have just added to that film noir look. So absolutely.
Yeah, Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Just looked it up. Supposed to be set in 2019.
Yeah. Brian Cohnkamp says, didn't Blade Runner take place last year? Was it, you said 2019?
Yeah.
Was when it was supposed to set?
According to AI.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was filmed in 82 and it was supposed to take place later.
Mm-hmm. Udamio says, I just looked it up. It looks so cool. Yeah, it does look cool. It's not safe for driving as such, but it does look very cool. I will say that. But think about though living in a Blade Runner city. It just no, it's not a great thing. Cool as it looks, it's not a cool place to live. Okay, let's go on to the next non-super chat here. I'll take this cool mouse one since it's like very, very close in the topic. As an avid sci-fi fan, I wonder what Dr. Falk's opinion of 2001 is. I'm not a huge fan of Arthur C. Clarke's writing anyway. It's good writing. It's just not the sort of ideas that I kin to. I mean, the whole 2001 Space Odyssey movie is really about an obelisk. The big idea, sort of the big changing idea that is an obelisk falls, hits Earth, does nothing except triggers evolution. That's all it does. It triggers evolution. It doesn't tell you how. It doesn't give you any insight into it. But it's an obelisk that just triggers evolution. That's all it does. And it arrives among these primitive apes and then spurs evolution. And then they go to the moon, they find another obelisk, and this is supposed to be the start of the second round of triggered human evolution. So Jack Ray goes, the 2001 movie was boring, the sequel was annoying. Yeah. 2010, the year we made contact. I kind of agree with you, Jack. the movie was boring. But how do you? But then again, how? I mean, how do you even adapt a cerebral book like 2001 to a movie anyway? I mean, Clark threw in other things, of course, like the HAL 9000 computer dilemma, and that was okay. That was interesting, but that wasn't the main point of the book. Uh, his book, Children's End, I think was actually better.
It was the only point of the movie.
It was the only point of the movie, yeah. Yeah, Children's End, I think, was a better book from Clark than 2001 was. But it's very much that sort of it's cerebral, a hard science fiction is what it is. So Animal Newell. What do we get instead of Hal? Purple lights. Yeah. Common Lurker says, now we're doing hot takes on Stanley Kubrick. Well, I mean, I am a sci-fi fan, so all right. Let's move on to the next question here. Second question of the night. Childhood's End, yeah. That's Childhood's End. And that's about aliens coming to collect the human species. So, actually, Childhood's End is actually very, very interesting too. And we'll just digress here for a moment. If you want to understand the whole alien cult thing, if you want to understand alien cults really, really well, read Childhood's End. It will basically explain what is the mentality behind alien cults. Okay? So, all right, the next question here from Golden Wind, who asks, would God annihilate someone after final judgment if requested by that person rather than going to hell? No, it's not an option. And it's not an option because mankind is made in the image of God, and God will not annihilate his image. So that option is off the table. This is one of the reasons why I do not agree with annihilation too, is because annihilationism is because it violates the Imago Dei. It really violates the Imago Dei. The one thing God really wants is people to recognize his supremacy as creator and to destroy what God has created in his image would be a high order violation of the Imago Dei. So that's not an option that's on the table. And practically, and frankly, no one could even ask for it. No one could even ask for it because it would be so blasphemous to do in the sight of God that it's not a request that could be even made. So
basically what you just said is people remain the image of God, but the fallen is even in hell.
Yeah, they remain the image of God, even though their image is perverted, even if their image is distorted. There's still a core of the image of God within humanity, even after they go through the second death.
And again, it's the eternity of suffering. I don't think we understand what that suffering is. Suffering is...
Gaius Octavius, but an eternity of suffering doesn't violate that image? No, it doesn't. And the reason it doesn't is because it respects the autonomy of the Imago Dei. Okay? If you respect the autonomy of the Imago Dei, you are still respecting the image of God, even though there might be eternity of suffering.
And that's a recognition of autonomy and choice.
Yeah, it's a recognition of autonomy and choice.
Individuals get the consequences.
Yeah, individuals get the consequences of the choices they made. That's the whole essence of autonomy. Is you make a choice, you have to live with the choice. Darkly goes, wouldn't having the image of God in the presence of hell profane it? No, because again, having the image of God in the presence of hell is a quality. It's a quality. And again, it boils down to this. It's a choice. You have to respect the autonomy. And God respects autonomy. You know? He's not going to destroy his image based upon your bad decisions. But you are going to live with those bad decisions. So this would not be a violation of it. In fact, the image of God, again, is going to be embodied in hell in a new body that reflects what that distorted image has become. So, yeah, it's just one of those things that we don't understand this fully, but we understand the mechanisms that basically reconcile it with the tension of, say, the image of God in general. So, hope that helps, Darkblade. Okay. So, so Golden Wind, this is just not an option that's on the table. People are kind of stuck with being eternal beings. We are stuck with this, whether we want it or not. So, but so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Next question is also from Golden Wind. Suggestions or tips on learning ham radio and getting certified? Oh, okay. Great question. Depends what country you're in. Okay, I don't know if you're a Canadian. I don't know if you're American. It's slightly different on both sides. The one thing I would suggest is for your first license, take a course. Take a ham radio course. Here's the thing. It's easier to do the American first license than it is to do the Canadian. The exam in the US is 35 questions out of a pool of 400 questions. Okay? It's fairly easy just to pass the test. Okay? But you won't understand it. The Canadian license is more difficult to get. You have to get, there's 100 questions and out of a pool of over 1,000. So in the Canadian test, you really can't memorize the questions. What you end up doing is you have to understand the content to reason out the questions because there's so many of them. So, it's one of those things where it's easier to get your US license, but you end up not understanding as much if all you do is challenge the test. So what I do is I recommend people take a small ham radio course. These courses are usually just 4 afternoons. You know, they're very short. 4 weekends, or usually not even weekends, like a Saturday. The course I took was, I think it was 2 hours every Saturday for 4 Saturdays. So 8 hours total instruction. But what it'll do is they will guide you through the trick questions. The tricky questions, the questions where things are not always well explained. Here's what I would say, though. Almost all the self-study books on ham radio suck. They're awful. Tell them how I really feel about this. Yeah, the self-study books are terrible. A lot of them have not been maintained properly over the years. Like it's the same self-study book that's been updated, but they don't address the new questions. They don't address the new wordings. They don't explain why it's one answer and not the other. Yeah, they're terrible, absolutely terrible, and they leave you in the dark. I have one or two of those self study books around here, and it's just like they were worthless, worthless. I ended up having to take a course anyway. So, and there's just a few things that an instructor can explain better than a self study book. Um, Such as skywave propagation. You know, that's sort of one thing that they can explain to you better, or how decibels work with radio frequencies. They can explain that better than any self-study book. Darkblade asks, what's worse, ham radio self-study books or online ancient Egyptian translators? Tough call there. They're both bad in their own ways. Um, what makes online Egyptian translations so bad is they are based upon word lists like Voonich's word lists that are just, or sorry, not Vonich, Viger. Viger's word list, which is incompetent. Viger's incompetent. He wasn't an Egyptologist anyway. He was a computer analyst, and just didn't know what he doesn't know about Egyptian lexicography. And if you don't know what you don't know about Egyptian lexicography, you can come up with all sorts of crazy definitions for things. And that was the problem with those word lists. And a lot of those online translations are translators are based upon that word list. I couldn't even. I mean, I'm still astounded. I saw even some quote academic publications use Viger's word list, and it's just like, no, you're kidding me. You're joking me, right? You couldn't find a copy of Faulkner's dictionary. I mean, I was astounded when I saw Doug Petrovich use his word list, and it was just like, no, it's not Viger as in Voyager, Voyager's Viger. It's Vyger. Don't use it. Don't use it. There's a lot better resources out there, and they're relatively inexpensive. You know, use Lesko's dictionary. Use German. Use Hanig's dictionary. Faulkner's dictionary is very good. It's underrated, even though it's small. But yeah, self-study books are bad. The ancient Egyptian translators are both bad in their own way. Now, one other tip for Golden Wind is get yourself a radio. Get yourself a radio. You know, these handheld Quansheng radios are cheap. They're inexpensive. I've got a dummy load on my radio because I've been doing some testing with it, and I don't want signals to get out there. But you know, these things are like Lego blocks. You can pop things off. You can put antennas on them. You can actually attach them to all sorts of different things. Get yourself a radio just to play around with. Even better, get yourself two of these. They're cheap, and don't transmit on them. You're not licensed to transmit them until you get your certification, but you can listen on them. They're great to listen on. Yeah, that is true. Darkblade goes, disclaimer, radio not advised for travel to Egypt. Absolutely, leave your radios at home when you go to Egypt. Yeah, oh yeah.
And he barely escaped being.
Oh yeah, GMRS is illegal. GMRS radios are illegal to import into Egypt. They're not. You can actually get a ham radio license in Egypt. It's not the easiest thing to get, but that still doesn't allow you to import them. So, CPM versus DOS, yeah, Baofangs are used by militants in the region. Bad news. Oh yeah, totally bad news. Yeah, if you go through airport customs and they pull out two Baofangs out of your bag, you are in a heap of trouble. Yeah, leave your little your Baofangs at home. Leave your Raspberry Pis at home. Leave your ESP32s at home.
Take your cell phone.
Take your cell phone and your laptop. You won't get into trouble with that.
But never assume they're just a risk.
Well, what they'll do is confiscate it. They'll confiscate it, fine you. Yeah, they'll do. Yeah, they've got ways of dealing with you. They could throw you in prison too. That is an option. If you
almost
yeah.
he would have just
Oh yeah, that foodie guy who brought huge amounts of radio equipment and cameras he almost got thrown into prison. And the guy goes, "Well, what was the use of having a license to film if they're just going to take all my equipment?" And the guy said, "You're not in prison, are you?" That's what your license bought you. Free ticket out of prison. Dark Blade blows. Take a camera, maybe one man. You can take 2 cameras. Okay, you can take 2 cameras into Egypt. There's no problem taking 2 cameras into Egypt. Stick to that though. 2 and no more. Most photographers will bring a camera and a backup, and that's okay. They will accept 2 cameras. But hand radios, leave them home. Raspberry, anything that with an open circuit board, leave it at home. So Raspberry Pis, leave it at home. ESP32s, leave it at home. A lot of ESP32s can be jury-rigged to become radio devices too. So they don't want you bringing in ESP32s either. So, like you can use ESP32s to create radio networks like LoRa and MeshNet. So they've gotten very wise about ESP32s. And if you don't know what an ESP32, I don't have one on my desk here at the moment, but they're a full computer, and they're about the size of my thumb. They're full computer. They can run off a battery. They also have often have radio antennas attached. Cool devices. You program them like an Arduino, but they're very interesting little devices, very handy little devices. I love ESP32s. I got like 3 of them. But yeah, don't bring them to Egypt. Leave them at home. Okay. With that nice thing. So, again, for getting certified, the 3 tips: take a course, do the practice tests a lot, and get yourself a radio. And good luck. Next question here is going to be from King Bubby, who asks, Yankee here, how bad would you say wokeism has gotten in Canada? So bad that you can get huge fines from human rights tribunals. You say the wrong thing, and you could end up with a $750,000 fine from a human rights tribunal. That's how bad it's gotten. You can go to jail, go to prison for it, if you say the wrong thing, which is why we're very careful about what we say on this channel. Yeah, those human rights tribunals, they are a justice system above a justice system. And anytime you've got a two-tier justice system like that, you get all sorts of abuses of civil rights. All sorts of abuses. Because human rights tribunals act as a law unto themselves, and there is no law, and there's no... Oh, no, they're not elected, no. And human rights tribunals are... their justice system, it's kind of like having Sharia law in your country, a system on a system. So, So I think it's very, very damaging to free speech. And Darkblade asks, are these tribunals subjected to the Charter or other parts of the Constitution? No. That's what makes them so dangerous. There have been exceptions carved out of the Charter for the tribunals. So, and there's no appeals process to a tribunal. There's no appeals process to a human rights tribunal. So, there's because they're not part of the normal criminal justice system, because you have not committed a crime. You have not committed a criminal act. What you've committed was a social rights violation. That's what you violated. Because of that, there's no process, there's no supreme human rights tribunal. There's only the Human Rights Tribunal. Sounds like Russia 1918. Here's another example that's very similar. The Star Chamber courts. The Star Chamber courts of England were like this, where in the Star Chamber, they would sanction people in these covert court situations, and they were just notified, hey, you've been sanctioned. Here's your fine or here's your penalty, and there's not a darn thing you could do about it because there was no justice system above the Star Chamber. So, and if you ever hear this idea of Star Chamber justice, that's what this is. The human rights tribunals are Star Chamber justice. Darkblade asks, can tribunal defendants get pardoned? No. There's no pardon, because again, it's not a criminal act. You haven't committed a crime.
You just go to jail.
You've done a social offense. Social offenses aren't crimes. You just go to jail for it. You just go to prison or get this huge fine for it. Scott Warthen asks, is there a Canadian push to copy and paste the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment into the Canadian Charter so as to countermand this tribunal system? There's already an equivalent of the First Amendment in the Canadian Charter rights. The problem is there's no absolutes in the Charter rights. It's a structural problem with the Charter. In the United States, the highest authority is the Constitution. It's not the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not the highest authority in the United States. It's the Constitution. In Canada, the Charter does not have that highest authority. There are so many exceptions and sort of ways around the Charter that the Charter is, in many respects, almost meaningless. DPM versus DOS, a crime without a crime. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's a crime without a crime.
And freedom of speech.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have freedom of speech in a civilizations, you just lose so much. Scott Warthen, whoa, that's scary. Well, that's why it said the truckers' protest was a legal protest. It was a fully legal protest. They had permission by the courts to do it. They had it's not called a license. They had a writ by the court that said that they could do this protest. They obeyed the laws, but the government called down the Insurrection Act on them. Froze all their bank accounts, confiscated their assets. They didn't get the assets back. Shot some trucker's dog at one point. And they pretty much got away with it. So, Francis Dobbs asked, Can't the Canadian Parliament write a law and have the Supreme Court entrench the act as part of its constitution? No, the Constitution's a little more. Amending the Constitution is a little more difficult than that. It does take an act of Parliament, has to be confirmed by the Senate, and then it has to be ratified by, I think, 2/3 of the provinces. Okay, so it's a similar situation to, say, how a constitutional amendment is done in the United States. The problem is there's already so many exceptions in that constitutional and in jurisprudence that it's almost not worth the paper it's written on. Okay. So let's move on to the next one here. Next question. Go way up to the top here. Nathan Yadon. Hey, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. He asks, since Exodus 19 occurs before the Levitical priesthood was established, do you think the priests mentioned in verses 20 to 25 were former pagan priests? See Joshua 24:14, who worshipped Adonai. Let's bring up the Bible here. And Exodus 19, verses 20 to 25. And the Lord came down on Mount Sinai on the top of the mountain. And the Lord called Moses to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. Then the Lord spoke to Moses. Go down, warn the people, lest they break through to the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. And also let the priests who come near to the Lord consecrate themselves, lest the Lord break out against them. And Moses said to the Lord, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou didst warn us, saying, set bounds about the mountain and consecrate it. Okay. That's probably enough here. Oh, wait, we'll read 24:2. And the Lord said to him, go down and come up again, you and Aaron with you, but do not let the priests and the people break through to come up to the Lord, lest he break forth upon them. All right. It is true that there were people in the Exodus who were priests by trade. Okay? And these were priests that served not necessarily Adonai. A lot of them were priests of Baal. Okay? Some were of Resheph, some were of Astarte. There are a couple temples around the precinct of Avaris that these priests would have been part of. But they were a part of it. They were a part of these pagan priests. And they were still doing these priestly functions up until the appointment of the Aaronic priesthood. Okay? So, because they were priests by trade, they were doing rituals. Because that was their trade. They knew how to do those rituals, even if they weren't at the time Yahweh worshippers. Now, when the Lord ratifies the covenant, the Sinai covenant, with the people, this changes. Only then those who were from the line of Aaron were able to become priests, and only they were able to carry out the rituals. But prior to the Aaronic priesthood, yeah, you still had professional priests by profession, that did these acts, like purification, like water, libation offerings, those sort of things. And those were things that were so common in the religious milieu at Avaris that anyone who had training in that could perform those rituals. So yeah. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. But those priests would have still been pagan priests at that time who were making the switch to Yahweh worship, but had not been consecrated as Aaronic priests. Just this. Okay. Rich Adams asks, How can we prove they were priests in Egypt? I've mentioned this and it shocked my audience. You have an audience? Cool. Awesome. Okay. I don't know who your audience is. Love to hear about that sometime. Okay. It comes out of the Korah Rebellion. Let's see if we can find the Korah Rebellion here. Because Korah is that here. Number 16. Yeah, I think it's number 16 here. Now Korah, the son of Ishar, son of Kohath, I won't read the whole genealogy here. They rose up before Moses together with some of the sons of Israel, 250 leaders of the congregation, chosen in the assembly, men of renown, famous guys. And they assembled together against Moses, and Aaron said, "You have gone far enough, for all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is in their midst, so why do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of the Lord?" Okay. When Moses heard this, he fell on his face, and then he said to Korah and all his company, saying, "Tomorrow morning the Lord will show who is his, and who is holy, and will bring him near to himself, even the one whom he has chosen. He will bring him near to himself. Do this. Take censers for yourself, and Korah and all your company, and put fire in them, and lay incense upon them in the presence of the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the one who is holy." Okay. Now, what's this talking about here? This take censers for yourselves and put fire in them and lay incense upon them. This is one of those things where you didn't just happen to have one of these. This is what's called an incense spoon. Okay? Normal people don't have incense spoons or incense. Incense is expensive. Incense spoons are expensive. This is an apparatus that you only tend to have if you were a priest. Now, Korah here, there's also some intimation here of that Korah was a priest too, because Korah means bald. Priests tended to shave off all their hair. So, this is probably not natural male pattern baldness. This is probably priestly baldness, as in he shaved it all off. So you get some bald guy here who happens to have an incense spoon and incense and whips it out and starts thurifying. Thurifying is the process of burning incense to purify. That's what thurifying is. Okay? So you only have this equipment if you were a priest. Average people did not have this equipment. Okay? Now, average people... Would I have that equipment? I might have that equipment. I do have a incense burner on my desk, don't I? Oh, fun times. Okay. So, now, average people could own incense. It wasn't a restricted substance. It was just really, really expensive. CPM versus dust. What isn't on your desk? Oh, I've got a very crowded desk here. I've got a flint tool. I've got, let's see here. I've got a oil burner. I've got a UV flashlight. I've got I got all sorts of stuff. A lot of radio equipment. Got a very full desk. So, now, sometimes people would own, say, could make themselves little cups to burn incense for the dead. That was something that people did have. But they didn't have incense spoons because they were expensive. They were elaborately carved. They're beautiful. they were holy implements. So, so yeah, there was a lot that Scott Warthen said. Spoon version of an Episcopalian swinging frankincense ball attached to a chain. Yeah, yeah, that's a good description of it. The imagery which first comes to mind, yeah, it is. It is sort of like that. The swinging incense ball that's used by Episcopalians, Catholics, and Orthodox is close. But in the case of the Egyptians, it was in spoon form, like these big oversized spoons, and they're about like 14 to 16 inches long. They're not small spoons. So, so we do have a lot to suggest that some of these people from Egypt were priests, because they were part of the Semitic population that came to Egypt. So so yeah, that's how we know they were priests, is because they had the tools of a priest. So hope that helps, Rich Adam. Thank you for that follow up question. All right. Next super chat here, our first super chat of the night, actually, is from Striding Hermit for $5. Happy Friday. Well, happy Friday to you too. Foodie question. What is your favorite donut? I love almost all of them except custard filling.
And custard.
Mrs. Producer happens to love custard filled donuts. It's her favorite. She loves custard filled donuts. Okay, now my favorite donut you can't get anymore. My favorite donut is unavailable. It was it was
Ryan, my favorite donut, the next one.
my favorite donut, the next one. Yeah. Okay, it was the Tim Hortons Canada Day grape jelly filled donut. These donuts had a grape jelly in them that was so tart, so yummy. It was just beautiful, and it was only available one day of the year, Canada Day. Okay, and then, oh yeah, the walnut crunch was good too. Can't get those anymore either. Um, then Wendy's bought out Tim Hortons, and then they shut down all those special edition donuts, all of them. They shut down the walnut crunch. They shut down the grape jelly. They replaced it with some sort of really awful, sickly sweet donut with sprinkles on it in the shape of Canada flags. It was awful. Animal Noodle says the walnut crunch was my grad school treat. They were very good. I will admit the walnut crunch was excellent. I love the walnut crunch. But Wendy's destroyed it destroyed Tim Hortons.
America doing Canada.
CPM versus DOS. America doing Canada another wrong. Yeah. Yeah, stay out of our restaurant chains, please. You've destroyed it. America's destroyed enough of their own food. They don't need to destroy Canadian food too. Okay, lovely. So my favorite donut doesn't exist anymore.
No, recipe was never publicized. You could figure it
Darkblade goes, was the recipe ever publicized so people could make them themselves? Not really. It was never publicized. You could probably figure it out with a lot of tinkering, but the way they made it, it was just so fresh and lovely. It was just, I mean, it was a beautiful thing. Beautiful things. Scott Worthen goes, yeah, is there any authentically Canadian chain, I guess, which American corporations haven't yet despoiled? Oh, I don't know. CPM versus DOS. Carl's Jr. bought the green burrito and ruined it. McDonald's killed White Castle. Yeah.
Remember green burrito?
I remember green burrito. Green burrito was good.
Yeah. I didn't do it when we...
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I loved green burrito. Yeah, they were an excellent chain. Were. So, you know, and Carl's Jr. is going down the tubes too. Carl's Jr. in Vancouver had a franchise here in Vancouver. It closed, so okay. Next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Matthew 10:37-42. Is this the fullness of discipleship? Let's take a look. Matthew, chapter 10, verses 37. All right. He who loves the father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he who loves the son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he who does not take his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He who has found his life shall lose it. He who has lost his life for my sake shall find it. He who receives you receives me, and he who receives me receives him who sent me. He who receives a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive the prophet's reward, and he who receives a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward. And whoever in the name of a disciple gives to one of these little ones even a cup of cold water to drink, truly I say to you, he shall not lose his reward. That is the core of the gospel. It's about Christ. Who is Christ? Christ is the be-all, the end-all, the master to whom we all serve. It is the essence of discipleship, is to follow after Jesus Christ. And if you are not following after Jesus Christ, you are not practicing discipleship. When people ask me what is discipleship, it is being a disciplined follower of Jesus Christ. That's what it is. If you're following and your discipleship isn't disciplined, it's not really discipleship. It's just sort of going with the flow. We all ultimately have to serve the master. Jesus is the master. We're his unworthy servants. That is the essence of discipleship, is to follow the Son in order to follow the Father. So, absolutely, this is the fullness of discipleship. To love Christ more than anything or anyone. And I think a lot of people get into error when they start following other people more than following Christ.
Or assuming because they're following a person.
Well, I mean, I've heard people say, you know, I can't love Christ more than I love my wife. That's a discipleship failure. To love your wife the most, you have to love Christ more. It's not an incompatible, it's not a one or the other thing. So,
And a lot of people.
yeah. It's a good idea to have that worked out before persecution hits you. understand where are your loyalties. This is, we've heard people who are in countries that are where persecution is common, that they work out these things of what is the cost of discipleship. Can you do it at the cost of your life? Can you do it at the cost of your relationships? And it's at the beginning of this passage where relationships are put on the line here. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. He who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Oh, we've seen this a lot.
Yeah.
He who loves their son and daughter more than Christ, i.e., they love their son and daughter in their sin more than they love Christ.
We won't mention names, but when you turn over Downs Theological Seminary, two sons who are blatant sinners.
Yeah. We've seen this happen at seminaries. There is a certain president of a certain seminary who loved his son, who was living in wanton open sin so much that he made his son president of that seminary when he stepped down. This led to disastrous consequences where the whole seminary went to literal hell. And it's a discipleship failure. The direct cause of this is a discipleship failure. That seminary went from being one of the most conservative seminaries to one of the most liberal.
Conservative, known for academic excellence and producing some of the finest pastors.
It used to be known as a conservative seminary. It used to be known as one of the most academically rigorous. It was known for producing some of the best pastors out there. And in one generation, when Dad died and put his son in the presidency, went from being one of the most liberal, academically sloppy, and producing complete reprobates that went into the ministry. Yeah, it's nepotism. It's nepotism. But that's what nepotism is. Nepotism is loving your son more than loving the master.
It goes beyond nepotism because nepotism is...
Yeah, well, nepotism doesn't necessarily have to be a faith conflict with faith.
When you...
But I've seen this happen so often. We have this problem in Christianity of royal families.
Yeah.
There are royal families in the ministry. Now look, if a father has raised his son in the way of the Lord, so he fears the Lord, that can work out. But too often I have seen these heirs of royal lineages who get free passes on basic discipleship end up as presidents of colleges, as high-ranking officials in denominations, and it ends up in disaster. Because the passion of the Son is very oftentimes not the same as the calling of the Father. So, Scott Warthen goes, Nepo babies ruined Renaissance Catholic experience. So it goes around even now among Protestants today, eh? It goes around everywhere. I mean, you find it in almost every denomination to some extent. I mean...
Yeah. The dads were more like Eli and Samuel.
Mm-hmm. Darkly goes, these dads were more like Eli and Samuel? Yeah. Yeah. Both Eli's sons and Samuel's sons were wicked men. They were wicked men. The fathers tried to place into positions of authority. So yeah, I think it's very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous to have a discipleship failure here. And the consequences of discipleship failures have a ripple effect that we're seeing quite a bit of at the moment. So anyway, Striding Hermit, I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is there a limit to the use of plausible deniability under the Christian worldview? Yes, there is a limit. It's called negligence. Okay? Plausible deniability is only deniable if you didn't know about it. If you knew about it, and you should have known about it, that's negligence. And in many cases, negligence is a crime. So that's what I would basically say about that. That's about all I can say without any more specifics. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, we see Camillapar's back. Lovely. Good to see you. We had people ask about you last week, so we're glad you're here. Yes, if the ages in Genesis are like clan ages, what would the purpose of Sarah's given age at her death be, since clans seem to be patrilineal? Well, in some cases, clans also maintained a line of matrilinearity too. So they're not strictly patrilinear. They're mostly patrilineal. Okay? But there are some times when the matriarchal line is also important as well. So it isn't quite that black or white, that it's just strictly patrilineal. Clans are mostly patrilineal. But they do sometimes maintain those lines to show certain things, such as maybe a grafting of another clan into the main clan, okay, into the main clade. So it's not so simple as that, unfortunately. So there could be several reasons why Sarah's age would be included here. One would be to show her extended old age at her childbirth. It could also be that there was a line of Sarah's that shows her Hittite Aramean roots. So not really Aramean, Hittite, Hurrian roots, those sorts of things. So there could be reasons why her line would be added to as well. So it isn't as simple as that. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is it important that lay people be just as studious as clergy? Oh, I should hope so. Clergy are not very studious.
If the clergy isn't studious, if the laity isn't, the clergy won't.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing. If the laity isn't studious, the clergy won't be. And right now, the clergy is not very studious. Most clergy forget everything they ever learned at seminary. But there's also a gospel imperative here, too. And we're going to look this up here for you. It's in Hebrews. All right, now, Hebrews chapter 5, verse 12. Now, this is talking about regular laity. This is not talking, Hebrews is not addressed to clergy. It's not addressed to pastors. This is addressed to laity. Okay? Verse 12. For though by this time you ought to be teachers, you have need again for someone to teach you the elementary principles of the oracles of God, and you have come to need milk, not solid food. Okay. Here's what he's saying to the writer of Hebrews is saying to these Hebrew laity. Okay? You gotta be so knowledgeable right now that you should be in the capacity of teachers, even though in reality it's not good for everyone to be a teacher for moral reasons. Okay? That implies that every person in the faith should be as studious as the guy in the pulpit. The problem we have right now is that the guy in the pulpit isn't studious. Because the guy in the pulpit isn't studious, the people underneath him aren't studious. Nobody is studious. Everybody is ignorant. Which is why you hear so much crazy stuff coming from the pulpit these days. Really, it's a really bad situation right now. The ignorance right now in Christendom is about as bad as it was, if not slightly worse, than at the time of the Roman Empire. We have not seen ignorance of the Bible, of the scriptures, this bad in nearly 2,000 years. And of course, we're reaping the consequences of that. So when you ask, is it important for laity to be just as studious as clergy? It's more important. It's more important for the laity to be studious. Who's going to hold the clergy to account? It's supposed to be the laity. The congregation is supposed to hold the clergy to account. How can the laity hold the clergy to account if the laity doesn't know the scriptures? Yeah, the congregation's supposed to ultimately decide these things. If it's taken, if to go to the pastor and bring up an account, and it then goes to the congregation. The congregation's supposed to decide this. So it's absolutely more imperative that the clergy or the laity be studious. They're the final arbiters on a lot of decisions. They're the ones that hold the clergy to account. They're the ranks. The laity are the ranks from which new pastors come. New elders, new pastors. It's just if nobody among the laity is studying the scriptures, there are no new elders. There's no new pastors. None of that stuff results.
Ethan paid off his student loan debt.
Oh, wish I could send some money to you, but finally paid off my student loan last month. Congratulations. That's a big milestone. Okay. Darkblade asks the follow-up question here. Can lack of studiousness result in people going to hell? No. Lack of studiousness does not result in people going to hell. What it does do is it throttles your capacity for treasures in heaven. That's what it does. Okay? You know, when the Lord has told us, you know, do not store up treasures on earth where moth and rust will destroy, but store up treasures in heaven where moth and rust cannot destroy. You basically, by not being studious, you curtail your rewards. Okay? Because you cannot discern what's right and wrong. You cannot discern what is biblical and what isn't. You cannot guide people in the way that Christ would have taught. That then becomes a rewards issue, not a salvation issue. Because going to hell is not based upon how much you know. It's not based upon how much you know. It's based upon which side of the amnesty you chose, God or sin. How did you react to Jesus? Your reaction to Jesus determines whether or not you go to hell. Your rewards are based upon the good deeds you've done, your ability to raise others in the faith. Yes, teaching is a rewards-based activity, where if you teach well, you get rewards in heaven for that. Because you're storing assets in heaven. You are ensuring that people stay in the faith, do well in the faith, and then, because they have done well in the faith, you get rewards in heaven. So lack of studiousness will not result in people going to hell. It will result on you having either good rewards in heaven or not so good. So hope that helps. Okay, next one here. Next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you view certain practices of body modification surgeries as a means to progress transhumanism? Okay, interesting question. It's not really in my wheelhouse. It's actually in Mrs. Producer's wheelhouse. But she has already advised me on this one. So I'm going to try to give credit where I can here. We have to understand what transhumanism is. It's basically taking humanity to the next step in its evolution. Okay? Now, there are various forms of transhumanism. You've got one type that's just H+, so gradual human improvement. H+ is human plus. Humans plus technology. And then you've got what's called the singularity, which is a transhumanist movement that tries to combine technology and humanity to make Homo superior. Okay? There's also what we call a human longevity movement that's also part of transhumanism. It's not so much trying to make a better human, it's trying to make an immortal human. So you kind of got those three sort of sub-movements within transhumanism. Okay? Now, when we talk about body modifications, there are several kinds of body modifications. First, you got the type that are just simply cosmetic. Getting a tattoo is a kind of body modification that is simply cosmetic. Piercings are cosmetic body modifications. They're not really of any great moral significance unless you're trying to get a job. Okay? Yes, having MS-13 tattooed across your forehead might be a job-limiting body modification. Just saying. Okay? But it depends upon the body modification. If it is modification to enhance your abilities, that could be an H+ kind of transhumanist body. Like, for example, let's say you're a competitive runner, but you find someone who will give you a insert or a implant that will scrub your blood of CO2. It scrubs your blood of CO2 to keep your oxygen levels high. That would be a performance enhancing body modification that is in that transhumanist vein. There's also temporary modifications too, such as the use of certain pharmaceuticals. Okay, like for example, one example of this is people who take Ritalin, not for ADHD, but as a memory enhancing drug for tests. That is a temporary pharmaceutical body modification to enhance your abilities. And it's also unfair. It's also cheating. So, there is modifications that do sort of get to that transhumanist point. It depends though entirely on the purpose of it. Is it one to enhance your abilities? Is it to extend your lifespan? Is it just cosmetic? Those questions are going to determine whether or not it counts as, say, transhumanist. A purely cosmetic one, no. Academic steroids exist. Yeah, academic steroids exist. They do. Absolutely. I mean, I had a student once come to me and ask that if it was ethical to use Ritalin, even though he didn't have ADHD, to improve his tests. It's like, no. No, that's cheating, man. That is actually cheating.
But the problem is, then the people get ahead.
Yeah.
And the people who are honest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people who took steroids, to build more muscle mass, and even though it's illegal in all professional sports events, except maybe pro wrestling, but that's not really a professional event. That's entertainment. That's entertainment.
That's a form of class.
Yeah, but people who took steroids in Olympic events, that's a kind of illegal body modification using pharmaceuticals. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that can count as body modification that are not necessarily surgical but pharmacological. So we have to be a little careful of exactly what we mean by body modification. A steroid is definitely body modification. It will permanently change your body. It will give you lots of muscle mass. It will also shrink your gonads.
It will increase your body mass.
Yep.
And then your body goes.
Well, in some of those guys, that body modification was a lot more permanent once they stopped. A lot more permanent.
You had people like Hulk Hogan and never stopped taking.
Yeah.
And it really took a toll.
Yeah.
But his friend who stopped
turned
into a potato.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, gravity and old age will take over if you stop taking them. But your incidence of cancer also goes through the roof.
You can get cancer at 25.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, so let's move on here. Next one here from Striding Hermit. Denos, thank you very much for the question. Preface, I see a lot of people classifying the compassion from various SJWs, that's social justice warriors, as suicidal empathy. But I believe it's hero's complex. Do you agree or disagree with either position? I think it's a miscategorization. Mrs. Producer and I had a discussion about this question prior to the live stream. And we came up with a term that I think better explains this than either suicidal empathy or hero complex. It's toxic displacement. Okay? Now, you see suicidal empathy, you also see toxic empathy being bandied around too. It's pretty much the same thing. But it's also but toxic displacement, I think, is a better explaining. Now let's explain what empathy is, and then we'll explain what displacement is, and then we'll see why displacement is such a better term for this. Empathy is the ability to feel what somebody else is feeling, or to know what somebody else is thinking. You're putting yourself in the other person's shoes and thinking exactly like they do. Okay? That's empathy. Displacement is when you put yourself in another person's shoes, but you graft your own morals, your own culture, and your own thoughts as if they were those of the person you're empathizing with. Okay? That's displacement. So displacement is replacing someone's thoughts with your own, thinking that they're thinking the same thing as you. Whereas empathy is truly understanding what someone thinks or feels. Now,
displacement is putting your context on.
Yeah, it's displacement's putting your context onto them. Now, I see this all the time in, say, SJW propaganda. Like, for example, I get these ads. I get these ads for free Palestine. I think we all do. And it's usually some old white couple. Liberal old white couple from Vermont. And they're talking about how they feel the pain of the Palestinians, and that the Palestinians just want to pursue Western liberal ideals, such as embracing LGBTQ2++A whatever sexuality. Okay, now if you know anything about Palestinians, they're zealous Muslims. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they don't want Western social liberalism in Palestine. But it just struck me that you haven't actually empathized. This old couple's not actually empathizing with Palestinians. They're empathizing with socially liberal white Americans. And they're displacing what Palestinians really think and really believe with their own culture and their own values. Okay? The other aspect of this toxic displacement too is it tends to prioritize the feelings of others over what they're actually feeling, over any other consideration. There's an anime called Free Ren, and it has gone wildly controversial. Okay, there is this one scene here for you. Those of you who have not watched it, you should go watch it. It's great. It's one of the best anime in a long, long time. Free Ren is about this 1,000-year-old elf. And she kills demons. Because demons kill people. They always kill people. They pretend to be people and end up killing people. That's what demons do. And there's one scene where there's this baby demon. And he cannot bring himself to kill this baby demon. Because it's a baby. The problem was, and Freewind warns, the demon's still gonna kill humans, because that's what demons do. And despite the fact it's gonna be painful to kill a baby demon, you got to do it because it's still a demon. This idea that Freewind kills the child demon, even though it has just killed someone, has become Very, very controversial because it has shown, say, this lack of toxic displacement, sometimes called toxic empathy, and basically gone right for the, hey, this is a dangerous animal. This isn't a human being. This isn't a human child. You have to consider the fact that this is not a human being. It's not killing a baby. It's killing a monster. And we oftentimes, in say, toxic displacement, people don't, who have this toxic displacement, they cannot separate what is actually true empathy with what is toxic displacement. Like you see these marches for gays for Palestine. Guess what? A Palestinian will basically throw these people off the top story at the first chance they get. Because they're not really empathizing, they're not really thinking as these Palestinians. They just see the reels and react to that emotional, I can't judge them, I can't hurt them. And you just get to this point where it is just been, I mean, it gets almost to the point where you just go, you realize these people are going to kill you at the first chance, right? Right? So, it's not hero complex, and it's not really empathy. It's basically a kind of displacement, and it's a displacement that holds that empathy much, much higher than any other consideration. And that is just unwise. So that's the position we've come to. We don't think either term is exactly accurate. It's definitely not empathy, because they're not thinking like those other people. You know, if that soldier in Freerin had thought actually like that baby demon, might have had a really different outcome. But he didn't. He placed himself in that shoes, and he ascribed his culture and his ideals onto it. And that's why he couldn't bring himself to kill the infant demon, even though that demon would certainly kill. So, that's my position. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Assuming this is later in the stream, 9:40. If you do not like donuts, which I think is impossible, and it is impossible, you can't not like a donut. What is an even greater pastry? There is no greater pastry. The Kantian argument of pastries. There is no pastry for which one can greater conceive than the great jelly-filled donut. For what greater pastry can there be? Yeah. Gabe Reagan asks, or says, Freerin is a good response to the old baby orc dilemma. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good response to the old baby orc dilemma. You know? Darkblade goes, donuts work with Falk's diet type? No, they don't. Which is why he doesn't eat them. I don't eat donuts. I love donuts. I don't eat them. So I don't get a donut. Sorry. No donut for me. But yeah, getting back to the baby orc dilemma. Yeah, you get a baby orc. And this is not the first time this dilemma has been presented. Deep Space Nine. People don't remember that episode, from Deep Space Nine, where they find a baby Jemadar. And what happens? it becomes an adult Jemadar. A murdering, psychopathic adult Jemadar. Because that's its nature. You know? We see this all the time in real life, too. Those idiots who have baby tigers as pets. Or baby chimpanzees as pets. Oh, yeah, and it ripped off her face? Yeah. Her friend's face, yeah. It ripped off her friend's face. Yeah. You know, people will do this all the time. You know, baby tigers are so cute. They're just little kittens. Baby chimpanzees, oh, they're such like little babies. And then it rips off your face. Because it's still a chimpanzee. And still a tiger. Siegfried and Roy.
A guy who was a lion
Mm-hmm.
on the open run. He said, yeah, I'm probably going to die from getting mauled by one of these guys who are playing and don't realize I can't play that.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to die a horrible death.
Yeah.
I just think it's worth it. You know? But
yeah, the people do stupid things because they are ascribing human culture and human empathy onto beasts that'll kill them. Yeah, baby tigers are cute. Baby chimpanzees. Not as cute, but some people find them cute. Common lurker. Never trust a chimpanzee. Oh yeah, never trust it. Yeah, a lot of people have been maimed by chimpanzees that were raised in captivity. Really horrifying injuries because people don't understand how strong a chimpanzee is. They're maybe they might be like a third of your height, but they're 6 times as strong. You know, they will rip you apart. Basically, a chimpanzee can tear off your arm and beat you with it. And they will. They will. Never smile at a crocodile. Yeah, don't keep those as pets either. They're not good. There have been a few who've tried that too.
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, Merv Munson's got it right here. Small Mike Tysons with fangs. Yeah, that's a good, great combination. Great combination. Well, I mean, I got tagged by a lemur once. Mrs. Producer is still apologizing over this one. When we were grad students, we were living on an estate that had a little private zoo, and there was this little there was this cage that had parrots and cockatoos and lemurs in it. And Mrs. Producer wanted to get friendly with the parrot. Okay, well that I warned her to stay away. She didn't, because it's such a friendly parrot. The parrot then claws into her sweater and doesn't let go. So I have.
Being mean.
It wasn't being mean. He was just being grabby.
He wanted to come out and be on my shoulder.
So I had to come rescue and pull the parrot off of her sweater. Meanwhile, this lemur comes up, grabs my shoulder of my shirt, and rips it.
Yeah, the parrot was friendly.
Yeah, the parrot was friendly. The lemur wasn't. And it's like, this thing was so dang strong, it just ripped the sleeve of my shirt off with no problem at all. So, yeah, do not think that these animals are. They look small. They aren't. They are strong as all get out. Amazingly strong.
Oh my god.
Oh, Annie Manoos?
Yeah.
And he says there was this German tourist in South Africa who decided to rearrange wild lion cubs for a photo. Roar. She didn't make it. I am not surprised.
I mean, they tell people, and people still do them?
Mm-hmm. Common Lurker says, wouldn't have thought lemurs could be so fierce. Yeah, they're actually really dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Strong. Out of control.
Oh.
They are. That's why they told us, too, that they wouldn't let us in the cage without a waiver.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on to the next question here. We got a question here from Invitacinal Christamison. No, I'm gonna stop trying to pronounce that. If the Anastasi 5 papyrus provides a detailed account of the persecution of a small group of fugitive Semitic slaves, how can we explain the absence of records for an event on the Exodus scale? Easy. Preservation. We have to understand that the Anastasi papyrus are student documents. They are not a complete record. Okay? The Anastasi papyrus are essentially, they were training exercises. Basically, court documents, a selection of court documents that were given to students to copy so that they could learn to be scribes, that they could learn to write letters like scribes. They're essentially teaching documents. Okay? So they're not a complete record. I'm doing a video right now on, say, the Merneptah victory stela. The so-called Israel stela. Now, most people do not understand something about the Israel stela. We'll give you a little bit of a advanced thing here. There's 2 copies of it. There are 2 copies of the Israel stela. Okay? One of those was found at the mortuary temple of Merneptah and is right now in the Cairo Museum. That's called the Cairo stela. And there's one that's still in the Karnak precinct at Karnak Temple. Now, only one of those 2 copies has the word Israel on it. And the reason why is on the one at Karnak, the last 12 lines have eroded away. So, of the 2 copies, only one that mentions Israel, because the second one is incomplete because of archaeological preservation. The Anastasi papyri are not complete copies of the entirety of Ramesside records. They're a selection of documents for teaching purposes. There's a lot of stuff that's missing from those. A lot. So, archaeological preservation is just such a thing that we have to be careful of absence of evidence arguments. So, we can easily explain the absence of the records for the event because it's not a complete record. There's no day roll in it. That's where you would probably find evidence of the Exodus anyway, would be in the day rolls. And we don't have a copy of a day roll from the reign of Ramses II, or even Merneptah. We've got a slight piece of day roll from the end of the reign of Ramses III and the beginning of Ramses IV. But that's the only snippet of a day roll we have for the entire New Kingdom. That's the official records of Egypt, is those day rolls. And we only have this tiny, tiny snippet from a very small period of time. So, So, yeah, that's going to be an issue. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the for the question. Really appreciate it. And it's a preservation issue. It's a preservation issue. Yep. Yeah, John Walker says, not to mention Lower Egypt was wet. Water plus papyrus equals nothing. Yeah, that's pretty much it. In fact, we only have 24 inscriptions from Lower Egypt. Only 24. It's crazy how little is preserved in Lower Egypt because of that water issue. Okay, next one here. Get the weather here. Want to thank Jack Ray for gifting Ancient Egypt in the 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. We couldn't really do this without you, and we thank you for that. So, again, thank you so very much. Okay, next one here is from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did Michael Heiser get the Divine Council idea from Talmudic writings? The answer is yes. Okay. It's probably even fairer to say that a particular subset of Talmudic writings, which was, say, Second Temple period literature. Okay. Late Iron Age, Second Temple period. That's where he gets most of it from. And this was an idea that was that didn't exist really prior to the Babylonian exile. It did slightly in the Book of Job, but really this is it forms during the Second Temple period after the return of the Babylonian exiles. And really Michael Heiser was a a Second Temple period literature expert. That was his sort of basically thing. Now I have noticed that he has posted that a fan of his has reposted his stuff on the Exodus. He is not an Old Testament guy. Oh boy, he is not an Old Testament guy. And he knows nothing about ancient Egypt. I saw him say something that was just so ridiculously off that oh jeez. I really wish he had consulted Egyptologists before talking about the Exodus. Boy, he gets it so wrong.
You and he came so close.
Yeah, we came so close to meeting, but we never got there.
We never thought we'd lose him so early.
Yeah.
Rob was trying to get you guys together.
Well, he showed on his big Exodus presentation, he showed this image from the tomb of Rekhmire of Asiatic Semites making bricks. It's a very famous painting, and he said that he says this is from the tomb of a guy named Beni Hassan, and it dates to 1800 BC, so it is too early to be regarded as part of the Exodus narrative. And I just heard that and I just go, oh, good Lord, help me. Because he got so much wrong in that one statement, and it's the beginning of his entire Exodus presentation. I mean, first of all, Beni Hassan's not the name of a person; it's a place. That tomb that he referenced is actually located in West Thebes. It's in the tombs of the nobles. That tomb belonged to a guy named Rekhmire, and it dates to 1400 BC. So it's like, how can you get so wrong, much wrong in such a little space without, I mean, where did he even get these ideas from? I mean, who was he talking to that he got this badly wrong for such a really, really famous painting? I mean, it's really famous. Almost everybody who talks about the Exodus talks about the mud brick scene from the Tomb of Rekhmire, because it's the most conclusive evidence that we have that Asiatic Semites were making mud bricks. So I think Heiser's claim to fame as a popularizer of the Divine Council theology is interesting. Okay, it is very late though. It's a very, very late theology, but it does come from, say, Talmudic writings of the Second Temple period. So that is where he gets it from. It's not Bronze Age. It's not early Iron Age. It's none of that stuff. So anyway, thank you, Jack. Hope that helps. I would take a lot of what Heiser says with the proverbial grain of salt. Darkblade, do you think he knows how to read Egyptian hieroglyphs? No. No, he doesn't. Couldn't. He couldn't know. If he did, he would know that Beni Hassan is an Arabic name, not an Egyptian name. Okay? So, but you do get a lot of these biblical scholars who think they can just look up some stuff quickly on Google and pass it off as they know Egyptology. This is why I'm always correcting them. This is why I'm always correcting it. Google is not a good resource for this stuff. It's gotten worse too. Yeah, well, I mean, I believe Heiser made that presentation before really the big AI surge, but I spend half my time, like for example, when I go to the Evangelical Theological Society, I spend a lot of time correcting Bible scholars who didn't look it up. It's become that pervasive of a problem.
Yeah. Most Old Testament scholars are secondary.
Yeah. Darkblade goes, oof, mistaking an Arabic toponym for an Egyptian personal name. That's worse than Bar Yusuf. Yeah, it is. Yeah. But as I said, how is the laity supposed to know this when the Bible scholars keep mucking it up? It's awful. It's really, really awful. So yeah, it's and the problem is you get two kinds of Bible scholars. You do get the ones that say, okay, I'm willing to learn some stuff here because I'm not the subject matter expert. Then you get the ones that get real proud real fast. Oh, how dare you? How dare you question my paper? Like Daniel Hayes.
You've only had 15 years as a subject matter. How dare you question me who knows nothing about it?
I mean, I've become so notorious about this at ETS. Is like, I step into the room and people know.
That was weird.
Oh yeah, at the San Diego ETS? Yeah.
So you whispered. Then I heard you speak, and it's like, yep, that's the folks.
Yeah. Gandalf the basis. So, would you say there's anything to what Heiser said? It seems a lot of Old Testament scholars agree that post-exile Jews believed some of that. Oh, I think they did, yeah. I do think they believed in a council of gods. I think he's half right. Okay. Now, the question is which half is right. That this was something that was universal in all biblical history, or this was a later development that Jews did believe. I think that I think when it comes to did Second Temple period Jews believe in a council of gods? Yes, I absolutely think that's true. Is this something that extends all the way back to the late Bronze Age biblical documents? No, I do not. I think a lot of that is, say, anachronistic extrapolation. It's the idea that what people believed in the Second Temple period was true of all biblical history, and I don't think that's the case. We do not seem to find that Council of Gods theology, and a lot of the verses he uses to support that, I think, are badly misinterpreted. Like, the judgment in Exodus 12 against all the gods of Egypt. I think his idea that was a council of gods is badly mistaken. Badly mistaken. Because that really wasn't a reference to divinities. It's a reference to humans that have power over life and death. So, very, very badly mistaken. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for that question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here. Okay, Striding Hermit here for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Many thanks, Dr. and Mrs. Producer. Would love to sponsor a question of your choice. Mrs. Producer, what do you think we should do?
We have several.
Okay.
Opinion on prosperity gospel. Matthew. Mare, if you want it, comment on the Vision channel.
She's asked that multiple times tonight. Yeah, Mara, you've asked multiple times tonight about Myth Vision. Pretty much the same question. We're going to disqualify that. But we'll take the other one first. What was that other one at 9:15? Prosperity Gospel. Okay.
Oh, that's.
And in case you don't remember the rules, multiple posting of questions disqualifies your question for the night. So,
even if it's altered slightly.
Even if you alter it slightly, we don't permit that. Okay, but this will be our sponsor question for the night from Mara. Your opinion of prosperity gospel circulating around the world. I think it's from the pits of hell. It's from the pits of hell. The prosperity gospel is so yeek. It defeats the purpose of the gospel, which is to pick up a cross and come follow him. Prosperity gospel basically elevates faith to a gab it and grab it concept. If you have faith, you can get health, wealth, a Rolls Royce, anything you so desire. There has never been such a carnal theology to come out of of the Bible as the prosperity gospel. It's utterly carnal.
And it's entirely works-based.
Yeah, it's works-based.
If I do this,
yeah,
and I do enough of it,
if
God
you pray, if you have enough faith, then God owes you to give you that wealth.
I mean, Dutch Sheets and his parables.
Dutch Sheets and his parables? Oh, good grief. Yeah, I mean, there's this guy by the name of Dutch Sheets who basically said, if you want something, you have to pray and have enough faith so you fill the heavenly prayer bowls till they overflow with faith, and then you'll be given it.
So if you're praying for somebody and you haven't seen an answer to prayer, it's your fault because you haven't prayed it.
Yeah. It idolizes faith as a supernatural thing that is outside of God himself, that God is subservient to faith. God is subservient to faith.
It makes faith a magic formula.
Yeah, it does. It's magic. It's definitely magic.
It forces God to answer.
Yeah. Mrs. Producer says it forces God to answer your prayers. It manipulates God. It's a violation of the second commandment. Thou shalt not take the Lord thy God's name in vain. It is an absolute violation of the second commandment. It's manipulating God through faith. It's a carnal theology from the pits of hell.
And it blames people.
Oh, yeah.
If you're going through a hard time, it's their fault that they haven't prayed it.
Yeah, it's...
You're blocking your own blessing.
Oh, yeah, and people, if you don't happen to be healed, you don't happen to get that wealth, it's your fault.
People have committed suicide over it.
It's your fault. Didn't feel that being slain in the spirit? It's your fault. You didn't have enough faith. Your prayers were weak. You didn't trust God enough. You're to blame. Not that God didn't answer no through his sovereign authority. It's you're to blame. You're the one who fouled it up.
Yeah.
Because God would give it to you if you just had enough faith.
Yeah, and people,
so the only one to blame is not God. It's you.
And people are asking for sports cars.
Yeah. Yeah, people are asking for sports cars. They're asking for all sorts of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I've had a sports car. Sometimes nothing but toys.
Yeah, so it's just...
When you pray and Jesus says, if you ask in my name, that means if you ask in for God to provide what you need to serve him, those prayers will be answered.
Yeah.
If you're asking for sports cars and private jet.
Yeah. And it's funny that all these people who are pushing this stuff too, they're the ones flying the private jets. You know, people are giving their last dollar to these crooks. These charlatan con man crooks. While they're jetting around the world in sports cars, wearing Armani suits, and eating caviar out of ivory spoons. It's disgusting. They're wolves. They're wolves predating on the flock. I have nothing but a low opinion of these wolves in sheep's clothing. Prosperity gospel is a cancer. It's a cancer. Okay, on that happy note. All right, thank you, Striding Hermit, for sponsoring that question, and thank you, Miramara, for that question. Okay, next one here. Messianic Talmud here for $5. Okay. Did the Temple of Thoth at Tuna El Gebel actually contain thousands of mummified ibises and baboons as offerings. Yes, it did. The whole idea of the Temple of Thoth, it did have a lot of mummified animals in it. Mummified ibises, mummified baboons were among them. There were some other animals too, but yeah, it had a lot of. It's a very late temple though, so I don't have that much information on it. You're really talking about a temple that dates to the Ptolemaic period, and at that point, things are getting post-interesting for me. So. And anything post-interesting is just not interesting. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What would the lack of a theogony for Yahweh be unique among gods of the Egyptian pantheon or broader ancient Near East? Okay. I would say not every god in the Egyptian pantheon had a theogony. Okay? Now, what we mean by theogony is the birth of the gods themselves. What is the origin of the gods? Not every Egyptian god has a theogony. Or it's a theogony that was self-referential. Okay, like the god Ptah in the Egyptian pantheon is self-created. He creates himself out of nothing. Now, there's some metaphysics there, doing some very heavy lifting there. But I do think that that is one of those things where it and again, not every Egyptian god has an origin story. Some of them just don't have an origin story at all. He's his own grandpa. There's our pun of the night. Grandpa. That's pretty good. Very good. Jack comes up with great puns. I love his puns. Okay, but a lack of theogony for Yahweh, I'd say isn't absolutely unique, but it is for a whole religious system to not have one. And as far as Yahweh worship goes, it really doesn't have a theogony. So in that respect, an entire religious system not having it is unique. For specific gods among a particular religious system, it's not so. So it depends upon how specific or general you want to be about this. But we also don't want to slip into a composition fallacy either. So overall, I'd say yes. For general ancient Near Eastern religious systems, theogony is the norm. Among the Yahweh religious system, it does not have a theogony, so it is an exception in that regard. But if you talk about specific gods, you're then going down the composition chain from general to specific, but you can't then make that same comparison. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. Again, on the base for $5. I know I've asked this before, but how do I get in contact to set up an appearance from you? Facebook. Friend me on Facebook, and that's where I do most of my say those sorts of chats. Okay, so I do almost all my appearances through contacts through Facebook. I don't usually use my email for that sort of thing because I get too many people who send me their life story. Oh my gosh, somebody sent me email last night or last week. I swear it was like 10 pages of life story and then a one-line question. Ah, ah, who has time for that? This is why I don't give out my email address. It's not that I don't like email. Love email when it's short, but no one is short on email.
Blue says,
Appearance? Yes, I do lots of appearances actually. I do. I haven't done one recently, but I have done lectures where people have paid my way out to give them. I have done video appearances for consulting. I have done seminars. I do all sorts of things. It depends, of course, what kind of appearance it is, what kind of work's involved, how much it takes out of my weekly schedule. But yeah, I do appearances.
no, the do's and words do not work for something.
The dude's a dude. Ouija board not work for summoning the doctor. Hey, if I answer you via Ouija board, there better be a radio receiver attached to that. Otherwise, you're getting somebody else.
But yeah, you do go on.
Yeah, I do go on. Go on other people's channels. I do make live appearances. I do those sorts of things, and I have for a long time. Just people don't normally do it. It's not that I'm unavailable. It's just people don't normally ask. Jack Ray, Dr. Falk gets short with long emails. Well, it's just for most of the stuff, I don't need to know all that stuff. I just don't need to know it. You know? Jack Ray says, where I saw you first was on the Other Paul channel. Yeah, I've only done one collab with him. And yet, that collab got a lot of traction, surprisingly. Andrew Graham says, you made appearance on Smokey's channel is how I met you. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I do collabs all the time. I do. The big problem for me with collabs on other channels is finding the time to check out the other channel first. I want to see what I'm getting into before I agree to it. So I always check out the other channel first. And like I used to, gosh, there was this Lutheran radio channel, okay, back when we lived in Wisconsin. And this guy would make fun of evangelicals on his channel, on his radio station, on his radio program. And it was just like, it would only have taken 1 or 2 times of viewing this guy's, or listening to this guy's radio channel to know that he did dirty selective editing, taking people's comments out of context, just a bare minimum due diligence to see what was the deal with it. So for me, that's what takes me the most time. It's just doing a few of those listens throughs to figure out if I want to be on those channels or not. The problem is finding the time to do it. So oftentimes I will say I'm looking into it and I just never get around to doing it. So Scott Worthen, another TMI complainer. Even the good Dr. Falk, alas. Well, yeah, too much information. What am I going to do with it? Yeah. Like, for example, I'll get, as I said, 10 pages of somebody's life story of how they're going to seminary, how they work their way out of poverty, how they are supporting 10 kids, and then a question at the end of, so do you believe the Exodus really happened? Brevity is a good thing. I like brevity. I learned this in grad school. Brevity, people don't have time for this. Professors don't have time to it. You know?
That's one of the things you learn in academia.
Yeah.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, short and sweet is what you learn in academia because nobody has time.
You learn that in business.
Yeah. Yeah.
Darkblade says, what software for collab?
1020. Okay. Darkblade, I'd like the idea, but I don't know how to make a collab video. Do I screen record on Zoom or Meet Call or something? Yeah, you use something like that. I use StreamYard. for collabs. I don't use it very often. Like I don't do very many collabs on my channel. Tend to do it on other people's channels, but usually it's done through StreamYard. That's sort of the popular choice. And for my video software, I use OBS Studio. And OBS Studio dovetails really, really nicely with StreamYard, so that's very helpful.
And
Alan Rinaldi asks, are you a ham radio operator? Yes, I am. In fact, I got my certificates in the mail just this week. So I'm Victor Alpha 7 Zulu Delta Foxtrot. So yes, I am a ham radio operator. Should be getting my advanced certificate very, very soon too. So, all right, next one here. Okay, let's see. So that's how you get set up a appearance with me, is to contact me through Facebook. That's the best way. And then do an instant message. Next one here.
and if he goes by a different,
Yeah, if you go by a different name, let me know.
people tend to do that and assume you know all their names.
The other way you can contact me is through Discord. Discord, you can also do it. Facebook, I tend to manage that a bit better, but Discord also works. Let's see here. Again, the base for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Would you be willing to take young seminary students under your wing? I have really been left behind on the academic front by my professors at seminary because I'm an online student. Yes, I'd be willing to do it, but at that point it becomes work, and I have to charge you a consulting fee for that. Okay, so the answer is yes, but it would involve some sort of consulting fee. I have worked at seminaries. I don't mind working at seminaries. The only thing I don't want to end up doing is the full job application stuff. Okay? I don't want to do any of that. It is a pain in the butt. It is usually not worth my time to do. Like I had one guy who wanted me to be his PhD doctor fodder, which that's fine. I love doing the PhD doctor fodder. But the seminary insisted I go through the whole interview process of, they get my resume and my references. Half my references are now retired. They're all emeritus now. They don't give a care about any of this stuff. They wanted teaching reviews, and a full set of interviews. Yeah, it's like, no. And then they wanted all my original transcripts in their sealed envelopes.
And Trinity doesn't
Yeah, Trinity
exist.
doesn't exist anymore.
Not sure what we're gonna do about
Yeah,
it.
well, I'm not sure what we're gonna do about that either. Um, yeah, so no, I'm not willing to go through the whole employment process. Um, am I willing to do it otherwise? Yeah, sure. But it would have to, as I said, it have to be some sort of consulting fee with that. So, all right. So, hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Yeah, that much.
Darkblade goes, that much to be the Dr. Vada for one guy? Oh, yeah. And it was only supposed to be like 30 hours of work. And it wasn't even that highly paid. It was like adjunct pay. So it wasn't even as good as an adjunct position. So all that to be the Dr. Vada of one guy for a very, very small amount of money with not many hours attached. Ugh. Icky. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Cool. Okay, we'll take that when the time comes.
Yeah.
Okay, next one here. Mm-hmm. Okay, John Walker asks, where do scholars get the idea of El distributing lands to the other gods? Like, what text, if you remember, considering that it gets used for Deuteronomy 32, even though many ignore the parallelisms. Yeah, they do ignore the parallelisms, but let's show you where they get this from. So it is going to be from Deuteronomy 32, and that's the primary source for this is Deuteronomy 32. There's no other text for this. Okay. Deuteronomy 32. I think it's verse 8. Okay. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of man, he set the boundaries of the people according to the number of the sons of Israel. Okay, so that's the idea that from verse 8 here's where most of these guys get that El is distributing lands to other gods. Now, there are some versions of the text where in verse 8 it doesn't say sons of Israel, it says sons of Elohim. Okay? So, the sons of Elohim, idea being that this is the sons of God, is going to dictate their particular reading of this. Now, there is apparently one Dead Sea Scroll that says sons of Elohim. There's other texts like the Samaritan Pentateuch that says sons of Israel. Right now, it's I think the Septuagint also says sons of God. Okay, sons of Elohim. Yeah. So it's a 50-50 sort of split at the moment for the text types. So I'm not going to be... I don't really take a side on this one. I could go either way on this one. Because the texts are not clear yet. As I said, Septuagint and Dead Sea Scrolls agree with the Elohim reading. The other text sources, the Masoretic text, the Samaritan Pentateuch, and all agree that this is Israel. And apparently, according to Oregon's Hexapla, sons of also say sons of Israel. So, for me, the situation is just not clear to side one way. Modern biblical scholarship tends to side with Sons of Elohim, because it's a disruptive reading, and at this point, disruptive readings are fashionable once again in source criticism. But I think that's a pretty weak argument. Okay, so because I think that is a weak argument, I have not taken a side on this. But I can see good justification for both sides of this argument. So I don't tend to land on this one way or the other. But I can also see the justification of, say, the Sons of Israel reading as well. Both readings, I think, have their justifications. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat, or the question. Really appreciate it. Gandalf the Base says, I owe $3,400 to the IRS this year. I had to cancel going to ETS this year because of it. Oh, you got off easy, man. You got off easy. All right, next one here is from Scott Warthen for $10. Okay, with AI quantum computing expected to analyze artificiality from natural geological formations and new subsurface scanning tech on the horizon, how optimistic are you that there will be another archaeological boom? Okay, there's a couple issues here that I think we need to talk about. The synthesis of AI and quantum computing is not a natural. It's not a natural pairing. I think the technologies of AI and quantum computing are extremely different. And because they're extremely different, they're not actually quite compatible. AI uses a feedback loop. It's a memory feedback loop to increase the accuracy of its results, whereas quantum computing is going to test multiple states at the same time. Now, there have been some problems with quantum computing's results that have been called into question recently. But I don't think that it's going to contribute nearly as much to archaeology as some hope. I think we're already starting to see the limits of AI, at least in its current form. I do think that, even if you paired it with subsurface analysis, that's going to be an issue. Quantum computing will get you a result if you program it right. AI can sometimes get you delusions.
We were talking about those delusions get blended into the knowledge base.
Yeah, there can be there's a feedback loop in AI where its delusions get reincorporated back into its feedback loop and its memory. Jack Ray says, quantum computing is highly biased for certain tasks only. A lot of common computing is far less efficient with quantum computing. Yeah, it is. It is. Absolutely true. Scott asks, what about the subsurface tech analysis? Huge inroads in looking in dirt, what's hidden underneath. I don't think we're going to see so much. I don't think those results are going to become lot more refined by AI. And quantum computing is not going to be that helpful here. What I think might be more of interest is scanning technologies. I think there's more promise in scanning technologies than there is in the computing behind it at the moment. That can always change, of course. But right now, the computational back end of scanning technologies is not that helpful. So, I'm not going to say so much about that. There's going to be, but here's the other thing too, that I think we need to keep in mind as well. We already have identified more sites with satellite technology than we can dig. We have identified 10 times the number of sites in Egypt that could be dug than we have dug. Okay? Think of it that way. It's taken us 200 years of archaeology to dig 10% of the sites in Egypt. We've identified another the other 90%. We just don't have the funds, the resources, the guards, the storehouses to dig it up. Yeah, mostly the guards. I mean, satellite technology has identified the location of Ichitawi. We know where it is. We just haven't dug it up. There's a huge debate on how to dig up Ichitawi. Now, for those of you who don't know, Ichitawi was the massive capital city of the Middle Kingdom. It was lost. We had no idea where it was until Sarah Parkak's satellite archaeology survey. She found it. We know where Ichitawi is. Can we dig it up? Yes, we can if we just took a shovel to it. How do we preserve it once we dig it up?
Yeah.
That's the question, yeah. The inevitable assassin droids should make great guards. Yeah. But again, it's one of those things where you've got so much. We have lots and lots of places to dig. That's not the issue. We got more places to dig than we have money to do it. Then we have the funds to do it. Then we have the academic chairs to manage the data properly. I mean, it's just the number of sites isn't the problem. It's the money and the resources to do this right. So, Jack Ray says, how is that spelled? Ichitawi? Let me see if I can do this. Alright, that's kinda how it's spelled. Okay. So, move on to the next question here. But yeah, it's not the scanning that's the issue. It's really, we've got lots of sites. We just need more places more money more resources, more everything to actually do it. Scott Worthen says, also sounds like manpower being stretched too thin. Archaeologists need to breed more. Well, archaeological departments are being closed down. I mean, it's not even that we can't breed enough archaeologists. We have no place to put them. Archaeological departments are being shut down. You can't get a concession if you're not part of an archaeology department or super rich. You can get it if you're still super rich and bribe the right people. But we don't have a lot of billionaire archaeologists, and we don't have, and the number of archaeological departments are in decline. We have to understand that a lot of archaeology departments were used to be funded by Christian seminaries. Why? Because it's an interest to the people who are interested in the Bible. As Christian seminaries have been shutting down, the archaeology department usually goes first. We saw this with Southwestern Evangelical Seminary, Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. We saw this with TEDS. TEDS shut down its archaeology department years before it actually shut down itself. Yeah. Anagram rich archaeologist, yeah, oxymoron, doesn't happen. But yeah, because of the decline of Christian seminaries, we've also seen the decline of archaeology departments, and that has given more opportunity for guys like ABR, because they're the only ones who are still rolling in the cash.
Which is a shame that they're not doing art.
Yeah, it's a shame they're not doing good archaeology. Yeah. So thank you, Scott, for that question. But again, it's not so much even it's not a scanning problem. It's a resource problem. Louis Sandoval asks, hello, Dr. Falk. Are there any books you can recommend on the ancient world culture of the Old Testament patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob? Yes, I would recommend Richard Hess's Israelite Religion. Best book on the subject by far. Yeah, definitely that's the one I would do. For a good primer on the culture of the Old Testament patriarchs. Harry Stark asks, was Arius a Trinitarian? No, he was not a Trinitarian. He was an Arian. He believed that there was one God, the Father, and that Jesus Christ was the first creation of God. And then Jesus Christ then goes on to make the world. But Jesus wasn't God. So, Arius was not a Trinitarian. Hope that helps.
Nope.
Harry Stark asked the follow-up, does that mean Arius thought that Jesus was divine and Son of God? Son of God in the sense of biology, not in the sense of title. Okay? So, Arius thought that Jesus was the first and highest creation of God, but a created being. As created as the earth, as created as humanity. He is not God. And his definition of the Son of God is that he's a biological son, therefore he's a creation of God. So yeah, it's definitely not Trinitarian and not even close. Okay, next one here. What else we got here? Okay, next one here is from Mara Mara for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Your scholarly opinion of Myth Vision Derek Lambert's claims regarding origins of religion. It's parallelomania run amok. That's what it is. It's basically taking parallels to other religions and then saying that's where the religion comes from. It's parallelomania. It's the what's it called now? The genetic fallacy. It's a genetic fallacy. Is what it. I mean, it is his claims are just one long running genetic fallacy. You know, an airplane has wings. A fly has wings. Therefore, planes come from flies.
That's really what it is.
That's really what it is. It's a kind of genetic fallacy, and this is a kind of a genetic fallacy you find in ancient studies called parallelomania, where you find parallels with other religions, say, oh, we got a parallel here, therefore that's the origin of the biblical narrative.
fallacy. Correlation. Not
Yeah, it's a fallacy. Or what was it?
correlation.
Correlation does not equal causation. Yeah, and the genetic fallacy is one where the idea of just because something came before doesn't mean it caused the latter. So, all right. So thank you very much for that super chat. Next one here is on Maramara.
Oh yeah.
For $5. Thank you.
Dinos have their apps.
Oh, Andrew Graham. Oops, where? Oops, I just missed it here. 1048. Andrew Graham says dinos had flight abilities. Are they airplanes too? Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's go for broke. All airplanes come from flying dinos. Kem Ham would be proud. Harry Stark. It's also an association fallacy. Yeah, there's a lot of fallacies go into parallelomania. So it's woolly thinking. It's really woolly thinking. Kent Hovind would love it though. Here we go, spilling coffee all over the place. All right, next one here from Maramara for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What is your opinion of IP on an intellectual level? I like his channel. I like his channel too, and I like him personally. He's a good friend of mine. I will say he's one of the better apologists out there. He has a master's degree in philosophy, which is more than most apologists. He reads a lot. He's very careful to ask subject matter experts. Now. Yeah, well, some people will remember that he was the subject of my first popcorn review. Yeah, we very much applaud him for listening and actually basically go and talk to subject matter experts before he puts his foot out there. I like him personally. I talk to him often. I talk to him very often. So it's like a week will often not go by before I talk to him. So Al Rinaldi says, I found Dr. Falk through IP after the whole Kennedy thing. Oh, that Kennedy thing was a debacle. Hell, here's the thing, what I found interesting about the Kennedy thing, too. People were outraged over the tactics that Mohammed Hijab had done against God Logic. Now, for those of you who don't know the story about the debate, Mohammed Hijab and God Logic had a debate, and it didn't go so well for Mohammed Hijab, but God Logic asked if he could make a recording and post it. And at the time, Mohammed Hijab had given this sort of non-committal response of agreement, and it really wasn't an agreement, but it was kind of a tricky kind of agreement. The thing is, he didn't need to agree to this. He didn't need to do this. And frankly, if I'd been God Logic, I wouldn't have told him. I would have just done it. Because if you make your own recording, it's your copyright to the recording. Especially if you live in a one-party consent state. But this is a live debate, so it wasn't. There's no expectation of privacy.
If they don't know if it's party consent, that's something that everybody ought to look into.
Yeah, if you don't know if you live in a one-party or two-party consent state, you got to look this up. I live in a one-party consent state. Only one party needs to agree to record something, and the one party can be the person doing the recording. So do look that up for your state. If your state is a one-party or two-party consent state, if it's a two-party consent state, you need permission from both people. You live in a one-party consent state, you don't need that. But there's also the converse too, that if it's a public viewing, it doesn't matter at that point because there's no expectation of privacy, as was in his case. Now, the point what I'm getting to here is that what Kennedy did was far worse than what Mohammed did, and yet Kennedy didn't get any heat for this. Mohammed did a copyright strike. Kennedy did privacy strikes, copyright strikes, every tactic he could. He used his friends at ABR to put financial pressure to take the video down. What he did was far, far worse than what Mohammed Hijab did. People talking about it, though? Crickets. Crickets. Absolute crickets. So there is a hypocrisy when dealing with, say, those outside of Christianity versus those inside of Christianity who do the same thing or worse. But, the whole Kennedy thing was a debacle. Scott Warthen. Titus Kennedy and his Ammonites and Amorites, embarrassingly bad. Yeah, it was. What made it worse, though, was his attempt to take it down after. That's what made it worse. Andrew Graham, that's ABR for you. Real decent folks there. Yeah. Yeah, really decent. But, however, to answer your question, Marmara, I like IP. He's intellectually honest. I'll say this. He gives his opposition the benefit of the doubt to a fault. Okay? I think he's far more generous to his opposition than he should be. Now, that has given him a reputation of sometimes going soft on his opponents, and I don't think that's necessarily the case here. But he will often give guys like Derek Lambert the benefit of the doubt when Derek's a complete snake. But Merv Monson says Kip really took advantage of IP. Yeah, he did. But, I warned IP too, and Kip kept doing it. What can you say? So we're going to move on here.
We like IP.
Yeah, we like IP a lot. We think we endorse this channel. We think he does a good job, and it does his due diligence to keep up on the material.
When he found out subject matter experts would be happy to talk to him, he has made a he thought that was
okay. Next one here is a member question from Al Rinaldi. Kilo Juliet 4, CYM Anthony here. Good to see ya. Also, what do you think of the Gosford glyphs? They're forgeries. They're really, really badly done forgeries. Did I go down the wrong conspiracy rabbit hole back in the day? I don't know. Did you? Yeah, the Gosford glyphs have been analyzed by real Egyptologists, experts in the field like Okenge, and they're complete forgeries. There's no question they're forgeries. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that member question. And it's good to see that there's another ham radio operator here. It's nice to see that a lot of people are getting into the hobby. It's a cool hobby. I'm starting to look into things. I mean, I've got my my little Morse code key here. which I'm trying to jury rig to my my radio. I'm looking into FT8 packets radio and AX25 stuff. I think it's cool technology. I think it's cool technology. It's fascinating technology, and I'd like to see more people get into it because it's fun and interesting. So, thank you for joining us tonight, and I'm glad you could be here. And please continue to come back. I'd love to talk more about this. Okay, next one here is from. What's next here? Eli Shane. Do we know why in 2 Samuel 22 God caused 70,000 people to die because David took a census? It's believed to have been a plague. Okay. Now, let's pull up the Bible here. Just read that passage, and then we'll talk about this. 2 Samuel 22. We don't have a verse here, so let's see here. If we can find this quickly. Please include the verse next time. That actually makes things a lot more easier. And again, it helps. Okay, I don't see the verse here, but doesn't matter. Okay. But yeah, it's believed to be a plague that caused this. Again, it's one of those things where because it's 70,000 people very quickly, this is not actually an unheard of a number for a plague. You do get outbreaks of cholera at times, pneumonic plague, that sort of thing, and these things could definitely be causes of these sorts of things. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for that question. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. It's again, most scholars will believe this was a kind of plague or outbreak of some kind. Okay, Mar, we need to talk about this because you've done it now a couple times. We have a rule on this channel where if you mention a non-super chat more than once, it gets disqualified for the night. Okay, we want to prevent people. We see your question. Okay, we see your question. There's no reason to repeat it. We just don't want people, because we get this where people will repeat their questions multiple times because on their end they're seeing their questions drop off. We don't see your questions drop off. Your questions remain. So if we don't take your question, it's because we don't guarantee answering non-super chats, or we're not interested in it at this point, or we're just not going to take it tonight. Okay? So anytime you repeat a question, we have a hard rule to disqualify that question for the night. So repeating your question doesn't get it more attention. At least it doesn't give it a good attention. Get the wrong kind of attention in that way. So just want to let you know that we have to disqualify any question that's been repeated more than once. So sorry about that, but that's just, we keep that rule on the channel, and we very, very much emphasize that rule. Okay? So I hope you understand. Yeah, okay. Yes, I see it. Okay, interesting. Gorilla, well, I would have my original CB, but some schmuck broke into my car and ripped it out, stealing it because I refused to sell him alcohol. That sucks. Where does she ask about the CB? Oh, there, I see it. Up there. She asks, weird question. Is CB radio still a thing? I remember doing that, and sometimes I find them at secondhand stores. Yes, CB radio is still a thing. It has its own license and its own licensing requirements. You do need a license from the FTC to run a CB radio. So you actually need a license for a GRMS too. Most people think that those bubble pack radios, those walkie-talkies, can't be used without a license. But you actually have to apply for a license on the FTC website to get a license for a GRMS radio and a CB. It's still a thing. People still do use CBs. I don't use a CB myself. I can listen into with my ham radio. I can listen into CB radio. CB radio is not on the amateur bands, so I'm not allowed to broadcast on them. In Canada, you can use GRMS without a license, but you can only use it, I think, only certified radios that are under 2 watts. So there's actually a lot of licensing requirements or a lot of restrictions to those particular bands. Really, I need a license for a CB radio? Oh, yes, you do. Never had to when I was a teen. Whoops, shame on me. People didn't know. A lot of people use these things and didn't know. But yeah, you need a license. But yeah, it's still a thing. It's not a very hard license to get. I mean, it's super easy to get that license. It's more just signing the agreement that you won't do bad things with it. Okay? Andrew Graham, so when I had a CB in my car, I was being illegal. I don't know the laws in Australia. But in North America, yes. Yes. You cannot use it without a license in North America. And basically, it's just, you're just signing an agreement basically saying, I won't amplify it beyond the radio license restrictions. Okay. Oh, there's this guy right now who's in Chicago right now, and the FTC's after this guy. He's after this guy because he took his CB radio and connected it to a 1,000-watt transmitter. Okay, now I'm licensed to do transmitters up to 2,250 watts, but I know if I do that to a radio, that thing is going to broadcast for 1,000 miles or more. You know, that thing's going to be bouncing radio waves off the ionosphere all the way to Russia. Okay? But this guy, this clown, connected a CB radio to a 1,000-watt transmitter. How? He gets very inventive. Andrew Graham, that's a lot of watts. Yeah, it is. And he can be heard. He can his CB. He's using the CB, and he's using it like a pirate radio jockey. And he's clobbering channels down in Louisiana. Okay, to broadcast from Chicago to Louisiana, and still clobber channels in Louisiana. That's going to torque off some people. Guru Lady says, "Whoa! I was lucky if I have gotten my CB to go just 15 miles, if that." Yeah. Well, I mean, you attach any radio to a sufficiently large transmitter. Yeah, you're going to clobber somebody. But here's the thing too, when you also, there's the other side effect of this too, is this guy had to jury rig a 1,000-watt what's called now, amplifier. Okay, so he's jury rigging this 1,000-watt amplifier. This is a homemade job. You don't buy that off the market. You have to, I mean, you can, but they're very expensive. But this guy home jury rigged a 1,000-watt transmitter. And The problem with a homemade, jury-rigged transmitter, if you do not know what you're doing, is you create harmonic frequencies. Okay? So he's not just clobbering the CB channel he's speaking on, but on the harmonic side frequencies too. So he's clobbering other channels. And because the amplification is so high, he's just plastering the area with his radio disc jockeyish kind of broadcasts, which are totally illegal in every way. Good fun, good times. So yeah, you can land yourself in a heap of load of trouble with a tweaked CB radio. It when not if when the FTC catches him, he's probably going to be doing some hard time. All right, that was fun. That was just fun. But yeah, there's a guy out there that's doing CB without a license, out of band, over frequency, overpowered. How can you get it? How can you get it much more wrong than that? Beats me. Jack Ray, a little cavity magnetron, some microwave ovens, and an antenna. Yay!
Yeah.
That's one way to do it. John Smith, they need the NSA and signals intelligence to catch this guy. Laugh out loud. Oh, the guy's broadcasting on such high power, they won't need that. Just the triangulation's all they'll need. They'll if you're broadcasting on that high of power, they can triangulate you with just 3 signals, just 3 positions. He's cooked. He's cooked. They probably already know where he is. Okay. Yeah, that's yeah, that's actually what's going to happen. Is they are going to knock on his front door. This producer says, "Yeah, aren't they going to just knock on his front door and say, "Do you know what you're doing?" Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to knock on his front door. We're going to see the antenna. I mean, if you've got a 1,000-watt transmitter,
He can't live in a hoa.
yeah, he can't be living in a hoa, because that antenna is going to stand out. Andrew Graham, hello, you're nicked. Yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to go down. Well, they had another guy there was another guy in Arizona who modified a GRMS radio, and he modified it so it ended up becoming a repeater. Yeah, one of the things about these handheld radios and a lot of handheld GRMS radios is you can rig them so it will receive a signal and then retransmit that signal out on another frequency. It's called an improvised repeater. There was a guy who didn't know he was doing this because he, again, unlicensed, didn't know what the heck he was doing. He had modified his GRMS radio to do this as a repeater. Well, it repeated right onto 911 emergency channels. That guy's cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. When you start messing with 911 emergency channels, that gets you some bad attention fast. So, Yeah, learn what you're doing first before you do something interesting. Crew lady says, "Oh snap! That guy isn't just cooked; he's flambe royally." Yeah, yeah, he is. Yeah, you never mess with the 911 channels. Never. They take that super serious.
Literally life or death.
It's literally you're basically tinkering with someone's life and putting someone's life on the line with that. Don't do it. Do it the right way. Do this the right way. Stay out of trouble. Enjoy your hobby. Alwyn Aldi says, I heard this one. That feature of the radio, it was a feature of the radio, and he accidentally turned it on, and you can. Well, here's the thing with GRMS radios is they're a lot more configurable than most people think they are. Now, from what I heard, he had replaced the firmware, so he could change the frequency of the repeater. So most GRMS radios, you cannot do a repeater on another frequency other than a GRMS channel. They're locked that way. They're supposed to be locked. But you can set them into what's called normal mode, which is not locked mode, but it's a normal mode where all the access you can access. So he put it into normal mode, and then he changed the frequency of the repeater. That's the problem. He was using it in an off-band capacity. Some said, y'all think that it's normal? Yeah, I don't know why the GMS radios call that normal mode. They shouldn't, but
yeah, that doesn't sound entirely like.
Yeah. But again, it's inexperience that caused this. So, okay. Next one here. Let's go to the next question here. Okay, and I think we're getting close to the end here. Harry Stark, what are the primary sources for the Council of Nicaea? There are proceedings of the Council. No, we don't have council proceedings for every council or resolutions, but we do have counts for Nicaea. They were written down, they were copied, so we do have proceedings for the Council of Nicaea. And not every council's like this. Like, for example, we have no proceedings from the Council of Rome. We have no proceedings from the Senate of Carthage. But we do have proceedings for Nicaea. We've got proceedings for Nicaea. We've got proceedings for Chalcedon. So there are church councils where we do have proceedings. So yeah, there's some out there. Nicaea is one of the rare ones where we do have proceedings for, and they are contemporary with the council itself. So it's as close as we are going to get to a primary source. So yeah, now it's in the case of Nicaea, we don't have the full blow by blow what happened in the council, but we do have the resolutions. Okay, we have them for Nicaea 1 and 2. We have them for Chalcedon. I think we also have them for the Council of Ephesus. So, but we do have some proceedings. And those proceedings are really important. Unless you have those proceedings, you just can't be sure what was said at the council. It becomes hearsay. So, Santa punched a heretic. That's not in the proceedings. That is not in the proceedings, unfortunately. I wish it was. That'd be so cool if it was. Andrew Graham says, and there is no book called the Council of Nicaea. No, there isn't. That's because it's a very short document. It's not that big. I think it's something like 10 pages. It's really not that long. They didn't tend to make full books out of really, really small documents like that. And those proceedings tend to be very, very brief. Now, there's some that are longer than others. Chalcedon's quite long for a council proceeding. Yeah, council, like, for example, in the proceedings of the Council of Chalcedon, there's a whole discussion in it on what is the role of the supremacy of the Bishop of Rome. So that was an important part of the ecumenical council at Chalcedon. So in that particular case, there was a lot more proceedings included than you would typically get in a normal council proceedings. But so anyway, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question, Harry. We appreciate it as always, and I hope you found that helpful. Gandalf the Based asks, are there any commentaries that take the late date, like at all? Any study Bibles that do so? Okay, here's the situation with this. Okay, there are some commentaries that take a late date. Most still take an early date. The reason why is pressure from publishers. That's the reason. So, there are a few that do. Study Bibles is a little different. You get basically study Bibles that will often include both. Some will do, like, for example, I think it's the NIV Study Bible and the Archaeology Study Bible will include both. So they'll include a timeline for the early date and the late date. Now, I have a very, very interesting story about this. It's story time! Story time with Uncle Dave. And this involved, I think it was the NIV Study Bible, whose editors were Richard Hess and Moo was the other guy. I think it's Peter Moo. They had sent the early date timeline to Kenneth Kitchen to get his opinion upon it. Well, I was in Kenneth Kitchen's living room when he received the letter. and he opens it up and he goes, "Rubbish, complete rubbish." Who put this together? It's complete rubbish. So he writes Richard Hess back and gives his opinion. And a couple years later, when I met Richard Hess, he tells me about receiving this letter from Ken Kitchen. He hands it off to Moo, and he says to Moo, I don't really think Ken was clear about what he thought about this. And I said to Richard Hess, yeah, I was there when he got that letter. That was entertaining. It was at that point they decided to have both a timeline for the late date and the early date. It was so funny to see that on both ends. Hysterical. All right. Okay, nice. Very, very nice. So yeah, that's my insider story here on an actual study Bible that reached out to Ken Kitchen to get his opinion on their chart. Very entertaining. Okay. Next.
Comes the base.
Yeah.
1120. So the archaeology Bible on. Thought about getting archaeology.
Galbay says, I saw the archaeology Bible on Amazon, asking because I have youth who is really into archaeology. Thought about getting the ESC Archaeology Study Bible. Give me about 30 seconds. I think I have the ESV Archaeology Study Bible. Let me see what they say. Just give me 30 seconds, and I can actually pull it out, and I can actually look. So I'll be right back. No, Ken was not on. Yeah, I was. Okay, I'm back. I do not actually have the ESV Study Bible. What I have is the CSB Study Bible. Get enough study Bibles in you. This is what I have. Let me see what it says here. The Exodus. Okay. Exodus. Okay, the CSV uses early dating. Good times. Good times. So, the study Bible that uses the early dates. Well, that's unfortunate. But it's very typical, too. So I can't really say about the archaeology ESV study Bible. I don't have it. Obviously, I can't evaluate what I don't have. So, oh yeah, the CSV study Bible is a very, very nice study Bible. It's got nice pictures. It's generally one of the better ones I've seen. I love the CSB translation, but a lot of them, I know the NET Study Bible is early dater. CSB, now I know, is early dater. But that's not unusual. Again, publishers like early dating because the early daters tie themselves in a knot over dates. Late daters really don't. Why antagonize the group that is likely to buy your Bible when the other group really doesn't care that much? So it's unfortunate, but accuracy is essentially sacrificed for people pleasing. That happens. It's a thing. Okay, so Gandalf the Based. I can't help you with study Bibles here because I don't have enough of them. But that's on commentaries. Most of them are going to be early dater again. It's just the case that most of them are early dater. Again, it's a publishing thing to reach the audience that's most likely to buy their stuff. So
Valid.
it is a valid question, yeah. What I found most, though, in commentaries is they won't comment on it at all. They'll just stay out of the debate. Just because it will, if you do the debate, it will create a lot of resistance. People don't like that. It's probably the one like, for example, when I did the Ark of the Covenant in the Egyptian context book. Let's see. Just get away from me. This book here. I had insisted I had to include the dates of the kings of Egypt, because we knew them. We know them. They didn't like that. The publisher didn't like that. So they insisted I put in a chapter of why I hold to the date of the Exodus. And that was probably the biggest criticism of the book, is my analysis of the date of the Exodus, which the publisher insisted I do, just so I could get the names of Egyptian kings in there. So, publishers don't like it because a lot of people have been sold that bill of goods. So, all right, let's move on to the next one. Gandalf the Based, because he's based, asks, can you explain how they built the pyramids? Because if I hear one more time how they have no idea how they did it, I think I'm going to scream. Yeah. Boats. They shipped the stones to the pyramids by boat. It's the miracle of displacement. You put big rock on big boat, and you just float it to the pyramid. And then you use sledges and pulley systems and ropes to pull it the rest of the way. It's that simple. It's Bronze Age technology at its finest, but it is Bronze Age technology. Yeah, one stone. And they didn't even actually have the finished rock at the time. They just moved it to the site and then finished it in place. Then they frankly, it's all about boats, eh? Yeah, it's still all about boats. I mean, most of the cargo around the world is shipped by boat. It's not shipped by plane. Why? Because it's efficient. It's super efficient. People don't. One of the things people don't understand is the water, the Nile. I mean, you look at if you go up to the pyramids of Giza today and you look out from the Sphinx, you can go see that valley, and it looks miles away to the river, and it is miles away to the river. Okay, but there was a port right in front of the Sphinx. It's been excavated now. You can go see it yourself. It's there. There's a port right in front of the Sphinx. And there was probably channels that went even further inland. So that river went all the way up. When it flooded, when the Nile flooded, it went all the way up to the front of the Sphinx. Yeah, we still. Gandalf the Base asks, then wood to roll them on land? No, sledges. These were, look up sledge. Okay. They're basically kind of like sleds that you put heavy objects on, and then you can just push it. Because what the sledge does is it lowers resistance to the sand beneath it and the rock beneath it.
So you
No.
saw that.
Yeah, the documentary's got that wrong. There's no evidence that they put logs underneath the sledges. Yeah. Slam RN. Okay, but how did they get all those stones piled up? That's where the pulleys come in. We've got this from the quarry site at Hot Noob. Now, Hot Noob was a quarry site for excavating limestone for the outer casing of the Great Pyramid. Okay, and what they did, they put the stone on the sledge, and they had basically a set of poles, and at the top a lever with a pulley. It's a principle of it's basically Archimedes' principle being applied to carrying stones, and they could pull those stones up a 45-degree, 50-degree grade with no problem. Rob Lear said, "Aliens." It's always aliens. It's always aliens. Again, all these. But Dr. Falk, ancient people were too dumb to get all those measurements so precise. Yeah, no, they weren't. Ancient people were not stupid. You know, they were not stupid. All of this has been shown with experimental archaeology. All of it. You know, how to drill holes in stone is basically just a copper pipe and sand. That's it. Little water. Yeah, we know how they got those stones up there. We know how they carved them. We know how they pulled them into place. We know what state they were pulled into place. We know what technology they used to move it in. So. Okay. Darkblade asks, Wikipedia says Heliopolis of the South, Ionu Shem, and Tut's Nomen in Thebes. Thoughts on this? It's the whole thing is it's ruler of. It's Heka Ionu Shem. Okay, so ruler of Heliopolis of the South, which is just another way of saying Heliopolis, essentially. It is part of his nomen, and it's just, again, this is just another name for Heliopolis. So, yeah. It's a religious title. It's a religious title. John So says, you look like a Freemason. Are you? Nope. Not a Freemason. Al Rinaldi asks, is there a good book or study explaining old Earth creationism, theistic evolutionism versus young Earth creations? I'm not sure. I grew up with Answers in Genesis and Yak, but I want to solidify my current beliefs with scripture versus my general observation that Yak doesn't fit observed reality. Okay, here's what I'm going to advise you to do. Don't study old Earth creationism or young Earth creationism. Don't do either. Okay? Or theistic evolutionists. Because here's the problem is, those are concordant views. They are trying to compatibilize science and biblical origins. Okay? The The problem is Scripture is not taking a concordant view. It just isn't doing that. The first 11 chapters of Genesis has nothing to do with really origins. It really has more to do with a religious agenda. It's a religious prolegomena. Basically, they're setting out using mythohistory to establish ritual and religious practice. Like, Genesis 1 is setting out the reasons why the tabernacle has 3 courts. Okay? That's what it's doing. The whole Noah's Ark narrative has to do with ritual purity. That's the purpose of it. It's not so much about the global flood, or local flood, depending on what view you take. So I think if you're starting your study with the idea of old Earth creationism versus theistic evolutionism versus young Earth creationism, you're going to be steered into a concordant view, and the Bible is really not talking a concordant view. So it's a much smarter move to try to take the Bible on its own terms than it is to do that. Now, for that, I would recommend some of the earlier works by John Walton. I don't like some of his later works. Like, I don't like his idea on his latest stuff on Daniel. I don't like his stuff on demons. His early work on Genesis was okay. And that will sort of give you a view of what is into that mytho-history of how history and and the drama of the gods combines to create the religious prolegomena of ancient Israel. So that's what I would recommend here. So Al says, look at it in the context of mythohistory. Yeah, do that instead. Do that instead. Don't try to mess around with all that compatibilization. It's just not, it's fruitless and it doesn't go anywhere. This will help you much, much more. Okay? Well, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. I can answer that, yeah. But I'm not going to take that one yet. We'll take it when I come to it. But I'll take that one, yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm getting close to the end here. Brew Lady asks, has Dr. Falk tried cold brew coffee? Twice the caffeine and no acid to mess up the stomach. I don't really have a problem with the stomach acid part. Have I tried cold brew? Yes. Is it a lot of work to do? Sorta. If I really, really want twice the caffeine, I go with Italiano. I'll go with it Italiano. One pot of that and I'm hyped up for the day. That stuff is intense. Thank you, Striding Hermit, for the Italiano coffee maker too, by the way. Finally tried it. I did 2 pots of that one day and was wired for 36 hours. Oh boy. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay, next one here. Take is Darkblade asks, did Kitchen ever see patterns of evidence? No, he didn't. He never viewed patterns of evidence. Wasn't his thing, really. I mean, he knew what David Rohl was up to. So Yeah, he Kitchen said many things. He called David Roll a time waster. A time waster, a dilettante. He had nothing but unkind things to say about David Roll. As much as David Roll tries to paint Kitchen as a covert supporter of his views, no, he was not. I was there when he went on like a 20-minute rant about David Roll. He had
I was there for one of them. That was very entertaining.
Mrs. Producer says she was there for one of those rants. She says it was very entertaining. Good times. Miss the man. Okay.
Yes, Jack Ray. Secretly liked
Yeah. Jack Ray, laugh out loud. He secretly liked my ideas. Yeah.
No, he very publicly did not.
He very publicly and privately did not.
It was an honor to hear what he said in private.
Oh, he did not like David Roll. I'll say this. He didn't like him, and he didn't like his ideas. Double whammy. You know, there's some guys you can like, but not like their ideas. Kitchen had contempt for both. Okay, PA888 for 19.99. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. He says, I would like to, or he, I don't know the gender. I would like to sponsor a question you pick. Okay. Which one do we want to pick?
Interest. What was the book Song of Solomon? Are there any good commentaries or even?
I'm not really an expert on that one. That's kind of out of my wheelhouse a little.
Okay. Sandoval, 1130. What do evangelicals get wrong about the whole?
That's a good question. We'll take that.
I've got that. Yeah.
Okay, let me find it here. All right, so this is the sponsored question here. What do evangelicals get wrong about the whole Catholic versus Protestant Reformation thing? Okay. We have to remember that the Reformation took place 500 years ago. And people don't read the debates anymore. Okay? To understand what the whole Catholic and Protestant Reformation thing was about, you really have to go back and read the debates between Luther and Erasmus. And actually read them. Don't go to some church history book for it. Read the debates. Both men are exceptionally clear about what this was about, really. Okay? And we have to understand Erasmus at the time was considered the leading Catholic scholar of the age. No one could match him. He was the leading Catholic scholar of the age. So when Luther and Erasmus debated, it was very substantive. Even though Luther goes off on shawarmas and what do I say?
Love that. That was worth taking in the class.
The shawarmas. Yes. Luther gets a lot of he's really foul-mouthed. Okay? And when he writes with real foul mouth, okay? But he also doesn't deviate away from the subject either. So, gotta have
Luther in their church.
Yeah, no one would have Luther in their church anymore. They would have the little ladies would be clutching their pearls and having a stroke in the aisles. if he ever preached again. But the one thing that both sides were agreed was the point of contention is not the Pope. It's not even the Marian dogmas. It's not even the indulgences, although the indulgences were part of this. All of that boiled down to the Thesaurus Ecclesiae, the storehouse of good works. Okay? What evangelicals get wrong is they think this is all about the Pope. Okay? It's not about the Pope. The Pope was a symptom of the deeper problem. The Thesaurus Ecclesiae is the idea that you could do good works and have those good works stored up in heaven for other purposes, which the Pope could then use. The Pope gets his papal authority by holding the keys of St. Peter to the storehouse of good works. The indulgences derive their power by having the storehouse of good works released. Even much of the Marian dogmas owe their power to the Thesaurus Ecclesiae. What's wrong with evangelicals and even modern Catholics and reformers is they've forgotten what the whole debate was really about. It has become reduced down to the symptoms of the Reformation, not the causes. And that cause is that storehouse, that semi-Pelagianism of that man can be good enough to reach God on his own. That man can do all these super erogatory works that can be applied to their relatives, that could be applied by the saints to others, that could be applied to the magisterium to affect the power of the church. And that's going to be a problem for the reformers because all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and the only righteousness that man can have comes from God himself. So that's what
the answer to.
Yeah.
All have sinned.
Mm-hmm.
We don't say, but except for the Pope and Mary.
Yeah. But that's what evangelicals and basically modern Protestants get wrong. They've forgotten what the whole debate's about. They have forgotten the whole thing because they haven't gone back to the texts. Again, gotta read, man. Gotta read. If you want to understand the Protestant Reformation, you've got to read the debates. You've got to read the letters that were exchanged between Luther and Erasmus. You gotta read Calvin's Institutes. Oh my gosh. Nobody should be calling themselves a Calvinist until they read the Institutes. Until they read Calvin.
If you haven't read Calvin's writing himself, you're not a Calvinist.
Yeah, if you haven't, I know it's 6 volumes. Come on. But still, if you're going to call yourself a Calvinist, read Calvin. I mean, even if you're going to be an Arminian, read Arminius. You know, do the reading.
This is why I'm neutral. I don't have to read.
That's the solution. Become neutral so you don't have to read anything. Mrs. Producer always finds a clever way out.
I think I've read all of Luther.
Yeah, you have read all of Luther. I know you've read all of Luther. We had the class together.
Yeah. I was the only one in the class that read all of Luther.
Well, that reading schedule was insane.
But he did say it was 10%.
Yeah.
So the highest anybody should have got was.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Andrew Graham goes, I read R.C. Sproul. Does that count? No, it doesn't. It's a R.C. Sproul is a Calvinist, but he's also he's condensing it down for you. He doesn't give you all the nuance Calvin does. Calvin, there was probably no mind in Reformation Europe that was more consistent and more nuanced than Calvin. And this is why the Institutes are 6 volumes long. They're 6 volumes long because they are full of nuance. They are full of qualification and balancing and tension. Calvin engages the tension of Scripture. The problem with guys like Sproul, and I liked Sproul when he was alive. I didn't really have anything against Sproul. But the problem with Sproul as a writer is he's condensing Calvin down for the lay reader. And when you condense something down like that, you're losing the nuance. You're losing the qualification. So I think that's really unfortunate, which is why you have to kind of go back to Calvin if you're going to be a Calvinist. And even if you're going to criticize Calvin, go back to Calvin. Read him. See what he says. Don't just respond to guys like Sproul. You know. Gandalf the Base. Calvin would disagree with a lot of Calvinism today. Well, again, it's the same as the, say, the Reformers. You know, people don't understand the Reformation because they never read the Reformers. Well, a lot of people would disagree with Calvinism today because Calvinism, we should really call this neo-Calvinism. We should really call this neo-Calvinism because it doesn't have the tension and the qualification and the nuance that Calvin actually wrote with. Plushies here says, it's nice when Christians actually acknowledge the tension of Scripture. Yeah, it is. It's thoughtful. It's thoughtful consideration. It's thoughtful reading to do that. And Calvin was a thoughtful reader. He was a thoughtful and careful theologian. So I think it's really, really important that that we do that. We should do that in our own reading. Be thoughtful and measured in how we engage the Scriptures. And Calvin was very, very thoughtful and measured when he did this. Tao Chung says, I watch R.C. Sproul, John MacArthur, and Vody B. My knowledge of Calvinism is complete. I hope that was being facetious. I think you were, but yeah, I mean, MacArthur was very doctrinaire, very dogmatic. Is he alive still? I don't know.
Yeah, Calvin would disagree with a lot of Calvinism today.
Yeah. Yeah, I've mentioned that already. Yeah, but yeah, it's kind of, this neo-Calvinism has become very dogmatic, very doctrinaire. So much more so than Calvin was in a lot of things. Like I sometimes said that Calvin is a 4-point Calvinist because there's like some things that he was really nuanced about, like especially the perseverance of the saints. Incredibly nuanced on that. So I would take off at least half a point for that. Andrew Graham goes, John MacArthur died last year before last from memory. Yep. he left us a lot of trouble too with his master seminary. Do not get me started about master seminary. I will rant and rave about that one. Next question.
Andrew's prepared to be
That is actually pretty good. Andrew Graham says, I'm prepared to be wrong on some topics. I'll wait to meet Calvin. Okay, on the next one here. Eli Shane says, what is a Christian nationalist? Are you one? Okay. A Christian nationalist is a person who believes that Old Testament law should be applied to forms of government. Okay? So it's a combination of government and Old Testament law. Now, it's really not that, because it adds a good dose of racism. Good dose of racism, legalism, and I am not a Christian nationalist. I'll never be one. I think Christian nationalists are dirtbags. I have sat in on lectures by Stephen Wolfe. Was not impressed. Not in a good way, anyway. I was very impressed in how just like he talks about legal making mixed marriages illegal. How the altars should be in a certain place by law. Finding people who don't go to church on Sunday
at the right time.
At the right time, yeah.
You also have to have
Saturday worship is illegal.
And absolutely no going to church on Mondays.
Oh, don't go to church on Mondays, no.
If you have to feed your family on the weekend, go to church on Mondays, or starve.
Yeah.
You have to starve.
Yeah, I have a low opinion of Christian nationalism. Very low. It's using the force of law to make people walk a legalistic line that is beyond what the scriptures even say. It becomes the law of men.
Fitting that is literally.
Darkblade goes, fitting that his surname is literally Wolf. Yeah. Darkblade, no mixed marriage. Guess that rules out me existing since my parents are of different ethnicities. Oh yeah. He believes in a monoculture. He believes that there should be a white American Protestant / Catholic monoculture. Okay? He's a high church monoculture. Okay? So he believes that's the best form of government, that all these laws enforce culture. And we're not talking about here like I mean, I asked him the question, given that we've become kind of globalist, how do you get the world to America to become this American idealized monoculture? And he says, laws. More laws.
Except America, the United States is specifically
So,
founded on.
and he goes really far on this. Like modern music.
Oh yeah.
He would outlaw modern music. So I hope you love your 50s big band ragtime stuff, because that would be anime. Oh, forget your anime. You're not going to be watching any anime anymore. No anime for you. D&D outlawed. Don't.
Oh, just blatantly.
Oh yeah, it's blatant. Your dragon dice here are going to be outlawed. Isn't that fun?
Even though you have an Uman and Thuman.
I got some Uman and Thuman in there as well, but 20-sided dice, evil from the devil. Yeah, so that's the sort of thing he holds to. You like operatic rock? Forget that.
Oh,
Symphonic goth rock is awesome, but yeah, you're not gonna be able to listen to that under it because he wants that culture from the 1950s. Okay, so that cultural.
that's not the only music from the 1900s. I don't.
No, I don't like it either. Yeah, oh, yeah, you're gonna be. I hope you love it. I hope you love 1950s rock. I hope, or not rock. It's not even rock. It's
There wasn't rock.
It was
R. Well, what was Chuck Berry?
Chuck Berry's was the 60s.
Yeah.
No, it's that kind of big band Lawrence Welk. Can you imagine Lawrence Welk on every radio station? Internet? Oh, he'll censor your internet. You'll have a filter on every internet. That'll be fantastic. Fantastic. Partridge Family on reruns?
Knowing how Danny Bonaducci turned out? No.
You won't have internet and you'll like it.
Yeah.
No anime for you. No Elvis. Elvis is off the list. It's those hips. Too sexually explicit. Tony G says, if I ever form a heavy metal band, I'm calling it Thumming.
That would be
That'd be cool. Absolutely.
If it gets it going, let me know.
Yeah, Little House on the Prairie. You see, Little House on the Prairie was from the 1930s. That gets a pass. Maybe that kangaroo superhero. Skippy. Skippy the kangaroo. Lassie. Yep, no shorts. Real men wear pants. Women will have to wear dresses. That's Christian nationalism. That's Christian nationalism. There is no way I would ever be a Christian nationalist.
It's not.
It's not Christian. It's racist garbage. It's racist garbage.
It's not what most.
Dark Blade goes, would he outlaw public teaching of evolution? Possibly. I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
I think he would probably outlaw
Oh, yeah.
that. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, yuck. It would be probably yuck for all you guys. Okay. Louis Sandoval asks, Dr. Falk, do you think that the original Eden was, if there was even one, could have been flooded in the Persian Gulf Coast to Iraq and other places? I think there was an original Eden, and I think it was probably in what archaeologists call Sealand now. Most of Sealand has now been reclaimed by the Persian Gulf. It is as Mesopotamia, the coastline has actually moved inland and basically subsumed most of Sealand. So that's where I think it was. So, all right, Jack Ray for $5, and he's sponsoring a question. Thank you very much for the sponsorship. And this was asked by McNai Mazi. What do you say about the passing through the Red Sea of Israelites? What I say is basically that it was a historical event. It happened. It didn't happen at the Red Sea. It happened at a place called the Sea of Reeds. The Hebrew here is Yam Suf, which quite literally means Sea of Reeds. We know where the Sea of Reeds was because it is identified in Egyptian texts. And it is in the northwest portion of the Sinai in what's called the Pelusiac estuary of the Nile. Okay? Back in the day of the Exodus, there were three branches of the Nile River: the Rosetta, the Damietta, and the Pelusiac. And the Pelusiac branched off and terminated in a estuary and not a harbor. It was a harbor. It was turned into a harbor, but it was before it went into the Mediterranean. Okay, there was a huge network of lakes up there. These lakes were generally 20 to 40 feet deep. And it was also an area where you got a lot of wind set downs. So it wasn't in the Red Sea, which is today the Gulf of Aqaba, but it was one of those lakes in the Pelusiac estuary. And we do have it named in Egyptian documents. And even in geographic documents like the Onomastica of Amamope, it places the Yam Suf, the sea, between P. Ramses and Charu. Okay, that's a very specific location. We do know where Charu is, and we do know where P. Ramses is. So you can figure out, you can triangulate from that where the Sea of Reeds would be, and it would have to be in that estuary of the Pelusiac. So Darkblade goes, if I remember correctly, the sea was close in proximity to Pi-Hahirote. Yes, it was. We don't know where Pi-Hahirote was, but we got a good idea. Pi-Hahirote is in the south of the estuary. Okay? That's also where you'll find Balsafon. Balsafon and Pi-Hahirote are south of the estuary. So when you do the mapping of say, the route, like there's a processional route from that area of south of the estuary, and it goes from Balsafon to Pi-Hahirote to Pithom, and then to P. Ramses. So it does this sort of circle through the Wadi Tumalot back up. So Darkblade goes, I remember hearing Charu was on a list of marks that also mentions the lions, and it does. That is actually the list that you're mentioning is the map of Seti the First on Karnak. There's a map that shows all the fortresses of the Road of Horus, and the Road of Horus in the Bible is the same road as the road to the land of the Philistines. So this road is mentioned in both Egyptian sources and biblical sources. Okay, and Charu is the first fortress on that map. After that, you get Migdol, and you get the Lion's Den, and there's some other fortresses on there too. It's a list of about 7 or 8 fortresses, if I recall correctly. But Charu is the first and the most important of those fortresses. It was a fortress that straddled the Nile. So the site in modern Arabic is Tel Helboua. There's a Tel Helboua A and a Tel Helboua B. And Charu was both of those. There was a debate for some time as to which Tel Helboua was Charu. And looking at the map, you can actually see that the fortress is split, and the river runs between them, and there's a bridge crossing it. So we now know that both Tel Helboua A and Tel Helboua B are Charu based on the map. The map. The map! But yeah, the Lion's Den has also been discovered, and it was mentioned in that map of Seti the First, and that was Tel Borg. So we know that Charu is at Tel Helboua. We know the Lion's Den is at Tel Borg. Still have not found Migdol yet, but we got a pretty good idea that it's under a banana plantation. Okay, so I do think the passing through the Red Sea is a historical event. It's not the Red Sea, again, not the Gulf of Aqaba, but it was on the northwest portion of the Sinai in that Pelusiac estuary. And there's lots of lakes that were up there, so it could have been any one of those lakes. I tend to favor one of those more southern lakes, just because of the locations of Pihahirot and Balsafon are all in that southern region. And then that you get from that southern region, you get continuous desert up to Migdol, the Lion's Den, and Charu. That would make it very, very easily for the chariots to reach them without them having to pass through the difficulties of the Wadi Tumalot or across a river. Andrew Graham asks, do we have any Calvatars present? Calvatars? I mean, are you talking about Calvinists? If you are, please don't refer to them that way. Okay? All right, next one here. Okay. I think that's the final one here. Okay. The Dooza Dude says, but the prophet, wrong Wyatt, praise be upon him, says it was in the Red Sea. He was wrong. He's wrong about a lot of stuff. Okay. Okay, so I think that's the final one of the night here. At least that's the last one I'm going to take. We're done with all the super chats, I think. Did we miss anything? I don't think we did. Okay, yeah, it looks like we got every super chat here. So, and it is 15 after quarter after 12. So we're probably going to call it a night at this point because I don't see any. We've taken a lot of non-super chats tonight, and we had a decent number of super chats. So we're just going to call it at this point. So anyway, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight, and we enjoyed taking your questions as always. We also want to thank our Patreon subscribers. If you want to support the channel, please consider joining Patreon, because that helps us. We could really use the support. And finally, we want to thank our regular listeners and watchers who watch our videos. Hit that like and subscribe button, and share the URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. And with that said, do I want to take that last minute question? Okay, we'll take that last minute question and then we'll call it a night here. Deduce a dude. Did Egypt have an Iron Age? Yes, it did have an Iron Age. It was late though. Egypt did have an Iron Age. It was really, really on the late side though. Okay. So really what we would call their Iron Age begins in the Third Intermediate Period. So while Israel is having its Iron Age, Egypt is still in the Bronze Age. It's in we call the period of that, say, Dynasty 20 Iron Age, but they weren't technically in the Iron Age. Okay? They were still using bronze weapons and tools really up until the Third Intermediate Period. Once you hit the Third Intermediate Period and the Libyans start taking over, yeah, at that point, Egypt enters a Iron Age proper. But we kind of view the difference between the Iron Age and the Bronze Age for Egypt separately in terms of technology and as chronology. Okay? So when we talk about the chronological Iron Age, we generally say that that begins in Dynasty 20 with the reign of Ramses III, or the end of Dynasty 20, sometime around 1000 BC. Okay? But they don't actually technically enter the Iron Age because they're not producing iron tools yet until well into the Third Intermediate Period. Egypt enters the Iron Age around 600-700 BC. That's when they really enter the Iron Age. That's when it really happens for Egypt, that they start producing iron tools. Okay. Up to that point, they're still using bronze. But for the sake of chronology, to harmonize it with other ancient Near Eastern civilizations, we generally put that Iron Age distinction at about 1000, even though they have not technically entered that. So Egypt does have a technological Iron Age, very late for them, but we also apply Iron Age as a chronological construct to them as well, just because it makes things easier when we're relating them to other nearby civilizations. So, that said, we're going to call it a night. We want to thank you guys for watching. It was a great live stream as normal, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.